Yeah, this is going to be the fun day. We're going to have some fun. The reason I do this day following, typically on these workshops, I do the 2 days, and the second day I do the experiential exercises. And the reason I do that is that on the first day, I tell you something like, don't believe me, find out for yourself, right? Well, now I feel obligated to help you figure out how it is you can find out for yourself. Because if I tell you to go do that and then I don't give you any hints about how you might do it, then it seems like a cheap trick. Yeah. So, first of all, as far as the experiential things go, there's no special talent needed. Okay? It's something that you as consciousness can do. You are consciousness. You can connect to the larger consciousness system. So it doesn't require, any special talent. It requires you to let go of the things that are inhibiting you from doing it. So everybody has this capacity. It's all right there. What I'll be asking you to do is to let go of some of the stuff that's in the way. That's really all you have to do. And I use the word do, that's what you have to do. But actually that's not really helpful to you, I guess. It's not about doing. It's not so much what you're going to do, it's about being, not doing. And that is a problem. Many people get hung up about, am I doing it right? Is this the best technique? Or is that a better technique? Or should I, do it this way or that way? And it's really not about the doing. The doing isn't very important. It's about the being. It's about the attitude. It's about the mental state you're in. Okay, that's what it's about. It's not something to do. It's really not a technique. And though beginners often do use techniques, tools that help them, eventually the tools are set aside. And the techniques get simpler and simpler and simpler until eventually they just kind of disappear as you don't need them anymore. But I'm going to help you with some tools that you can use. But when it comes to tools, the best tools will be the ones you make up yourself, your own tools. Because these tools are really metaphors that mean something to you, that help you focus. And the metaphors that might help me focus or somebody else focus aren't necessarily the best metaphors for you. So what we're going to do today is just explore a lot of different approaches. And I'll try to give you some information about how you can practice these things on your own. So I don't expect all of you to leave and be wizards and wizardesses. I do expect you all to leave with enough information that you can become wizards and wizardesses later if you really decide to take this seriously, you see. So it's not that it's going to be a great change instantly. It doesn't work instantly. It works over a lot of time and a lot of practice trying to get rid of all the junk that's in the way. All right, the first thing that is in the way is going to be fear. Okay, now we're not going to do anything scary today, so it's not going to be pressing on your fear, but there's a lot of other fears besides scary fears. There's fears of not performing. There's fears of not getting it right. There's fears, I can't do this. There's that sort of fear. Oh, I won't be able to do it. I want to do it. I really want to do it, but I'm afraid I won't be able to, and I'll fail at it. That's a big fear. See, not a scary fear, but it's a fear that will get in your way and inhibit you. Okay. So I want you to have no fears. Just approach it like a scientist would approach an experiment. I'm just going to do what I need to do. I'm just going to try and do this, and we'll see what happens. And anything could happen. Nothing could happen, and that's okay. Something could happen, and that's okay. But that kind of a easy attitude that you're just going to experiment to see what happens. Yeah, that would be the best approach. Just let whatever happens, happens, and be okay with that. Don't have if it doesn't work and I don't get it right, then I'm a failure. I haven't succeeded, because that will keep you from succeeding. So first is attitude. Just be detached from the result. Okay. Don't have any particular hopes, any particular expectations, no beliefs. A belief that you think it has to work this way, or that you've done this in the past another way, and that's the way that it needs to work. Just let all that go. We're just going to try things and see what happens. Okay, that's an attitude. You've probably all heard of beginner's luck. Why are beginners lucky? Because they're not invested in winning. They're not invested in doing it right. They don't have the fear of failure. So they just, I'm a beginner. I don't know, I'll just grab that bowling ball and throw it down there and see what happens. And they do so much better. And then after they've succeeded and everybody says, wow, that's really good, now they can't keep the ball out of the gutter. Now they can't throw a ball to save them, because now they're trying. They say, oh, look, I got a talent for this, and it's gone. That's beginner's luck. So that's why I tell you, we all need some beginner's luck here. So if you see yourself as a beginner and see yourself as having no really personal investment in the outcome, that means no ego invested in the outcome, then you're just going to see what happens, and it happens. Whatever happens is fine. You're just learning ways of going about things that you can practice later. Okay? And if you practice these things that we're going to do today, I'd say that it depends on you and your personality, but within a few months, you'll start seeing good results. You'll start getting consistent. And within 6 months, you'll start really feeling like you know what you're doing, and then it'll start to slip away from you. You won't be able to do it as well, because now you're really thinking you know what you're doing, and you start having expectations. You start getting disappointed if it doesn't work. So then you'll kind of backslide a little bit, and it'll stop working. And then you'll relax, and you'll kind of give up, and you say, oh, well, this is not working for me anymore. And then if you just kind of try it again, it'll start working again. So you see, it just depends on your mindset that you bring to it. That's what's important. Some people who are really have a hard time just letting go, they may be 6 months or a year or 2 years before they get their first successes, because they continue to block themselves. They can't just let it go. People who have an easy time just saying, okay, whatever, those people will get it more quickly. So now your left brain people are going to have a little more trouble doing this than the right brain people. The left brain people are want to analyze it. Oh, it didn't work. What did I do wrong? Oh, let's see. Maybe this attitude wasn't quite right, and I could have been this belief. And you start analyzing and analyzing. Of course, that just gets in the way. Just let it go. Don't analyze it. Don't second guess it. Don't judge it. Those things will all get in the way. This has to come out of the being level, not out of the intellectual level. Okay. So the second guessing and the judging all comes out of your head, all comes out of the intellectual level. And we don't want to do that. We want to set that aside. Don't compare. Oh, person over here next to me, they got it. They're doing better than I am, because now you have another fear. You see, the fear of not measuring up, fear of not being as good as somebody else. And in your experience in this physical reality, the way you deal with a fear like that is you work twice as hard. You dig in, right? When somebody else can do something you can't do, well, you go practice. You work harder at it. Well, this is an event where working harder at it will typically make it harder to achieve, not easier. We don't want to work hard. Now, we want to have some dedication. We want to have some stick-to-itiveness, so we continue to work on this for a long time, but it can't be because you're reaching a goal. I'm interested in this goal. I want to be able to do that. If you're goal-focused, it'll take you longer than if you're not goal-focused. See, this is all advice I'm giving you. It's just opposite of what works in this reality. In this reality, being goal-focused is what gets you there, being competitive is what gets you ahead. Putting in more hours and knuckling down is what advances you. All of those things will prohibit you from getting there. So that's an important thing, the way you approach it. Don't judge your experience. We're going to do some remote viewing, we're going to do some healing, and we're going to do some communications with other entities. We're going to do those things today. And when you communicate with that entity, if the first thing, you say, all right, I want to talk to so-and-so, or I just want to see if anybody out there, hello, anybody out there? And you'll get something back. You'll hear a hello, and you'll immediately say, did I hear that? Did I just make that up? Is that my imagination, or did I really hear that? Well, when you get to that point, it's gone. You've just thrown it away. You see, you've just gotten judgmental. That's your intellect going. Your intellect now wants to do analysis on it, wants to determine, was that outside of me? Did I make it up? And once you get in that loop, you're done, You've got to just kind of shake your head, relax, and start over because you've just gotten in your own way again. So it's hard for me to explain exactly what this being level is and detachment. That's something you have to experience. It's not something I can really explain because it's not an intellectual thing. Hopefully I'm getting around it from enough directions and enough ways that you're kind of getting what it is I'm talking about. This has to be a relaxed, open thing, and you're not to judge what you get. Now, eventually, you do have to judge it, but not right immediately. You see, you don't have enough information to judge it. When you say, oh, was that me? How can you tell? You can't. You see, there's not enough information. Now, you have a connection, say, with a non-physical being. After you've chatted with that being dozens of times, now you can make a judgment. Now you have enough data to determine how valuable this communication is. And even then, it's not a good question. It's not a useful question to say, was that real? Because what's real? How do you define real? Real is information. Did you get information? Yes. Do you know its source? No. Will you ever know its source for sure? No. So struggling over the who was that and is it real is really a kind of a question where you're chasing your own tail. It's hard to get there, you see. It's not the way things work. So you just interact, continue to interact, and the question eventually has to be, is it valuable? Am I learning something? Even if the only thing you're learning is just to sit still and keep your mind quiet. That's something. That's a good thing to learn. So am I learning? Is this helpful in my progress? If you don't have any goals of exactly what that progress is, you'll be a better judge of whether or not it's progress. If you've got a goal, now you're only going to measure progress against that goal. And then you might say, no, that's not progress because I really haven't gotten any closer to that goal, when it actually is progress. You're learning how to sit still and quiet your mind, you see. So that's why the goals can be a problem. A goal is just another belief. You believe that this is the right path and other paths other than that are wrong, and therefore if it doesn't fall on your path, you immediately reject it. So just have an experience and let the experience go however it goes. Follow it. Don't have to be the leader. You don't have to force this to happen. You can't force it to happen. You have to let it happen. So if you don't have any immediate goal, then it's easier to just let it happen. If you do have goals, then just sitting back and letting it happen is frustrating. It's like, nothing's going on. What can I do to make something happen? Well, the fact that you feel that way is what's keeping it from happening. Okay. So I know it's easy for me to say that. It's hard for you to really get that until you start practicing, and it's even harder to do it because we are habituated to analysis, to judging, to having goals. That's the way we operate. That's our culture. That's, what comes up out of us whenever we do something, and it just comes out of us automatically. That's why these sorts of things are seen as very difficult to do. Not because they're very difficult to do, but because our culture programs us to make them difficult to do. So we have to kind of deprogram ourselves, relax and let go, let it happen. All right. Second thing is about belief, is that you have to have your own experience. If you've read books about remote viewing, healing, other things, if you've read about other techniques and read books about light workers and how they do things, if you've read this and feel that that's the right way, that's the way these experts are doing it, obviously that's the way it should be, because that's also the way our physical reality works, right? We follow the experts. They know more than we do. We try to copy them. Then we'll get better too. You go to an expert to learn a particular thing. If you want to be a carpenter, you go to an expert carpenter. You learn from him. It doesn't work this way. You have to have your own experience. You can't have anybody else's experience. So you've read the books, you've talked to others, you know what they've experienced. Let that go. Your experience is going to be different than theirs. You can't have somebody else's experience. You have to have your own experience. You're going to interpret that data differently, and that's okay. See? So that's another thing. Let all that stuff go. Just be yourself, be authentic, get what you get, and be okay with that. I know that for most people it's like, oh, that sounds like a losing strategy. Nothing's going to happen if I do that. But no, that's the winning strategy. And if things don't happen for you immediately, that's okay. You'll tend to relax with time, as long as you don't get more frustrated with time because you're too goal-focused. All right, so that's the attitude. That's the attitude that we need, this open, accepting, detached attitude. And with that, we'll do a lot better. I talk about it being from the being level. And that confuses people because you're obviously going to have to think. I'm going to say, go talk, go do something, heal this person. And if you didn't have your intellect engaged, there's no direction there. So when I say don't let your intellect do it, I don't mean that you can't think. Your intellect's purpose is to point the direction, is to focus you. That's what your intellect's supposed to do. Just don't let your intellect get carried away with the judging and the analyzing and the, oh, that person's got it better than I did, and that sort of thing. That's the intellect, the ego, the intellect in the service of ego. All right? Actually, ego is defined as awareness in the service of fear. That's what ego is. So you got to let that ego part of your intellect, and most of us, our intellects are dominated by our ego, dominated by our fear. That's just normal. So that's the hard part in this. It's the not doing. It's the being level. Come from just who you are. So you can think at the being level. You can give direction. That intellect should be giving you direction. And it can think about what it's doing. And it can say, oh, well, I asked a question, I got that answer. What would be a good reply? Or what should I ask next? That's your intellect, but it's not judging. You see, it's not analyzing. It's not working on fear. That's fine. So the intellect's, the thinking process, cognition is not bad. It's only when that intellect's in the service of your fear and ego and belief, like it normally is, that it gets in the way. That's another reason why this takes practice. Let's see. There's a little interesting anecdote about the being level that I think you'll find interesting, that I learned about from listening to the lady who ran and was managed Pear Labs. Tell a story about her experiences at Pear Labs. Pear Labs was Princeton Engineering Anomalies Research. It was a lab born out of Princeton Engineering School to study how intent can modify the physical world. They used a lot of random number generators and things, and had people with their intent to bias those random numbers, let's say, to a higher average or a lower average, when they should have all just been average. They're average for the random numbers. So they did lots of experiments that way, thousands of them over a decade or two, and they had a lot of success. They had people who were very good at modifying physical process with their intent. And they had one curious anomaly that this lady shared, and that was that in testing whether males or females were more or less able to do these things, to use their intent to modify things, they found a curious asymmetry. And that asymmetry was that if, let's say we had random numbers, a random number generator just makes, say, between 0 and 1. Okay, so then the average is going to be 0.5. So they just have this random number generator, and it would not be a computer generated in a random number. It'd be what's called an event-based, a random number generator based on, say, radioactive decay, not on a series, not coming out of an algorithm in a computer. And they'd let that thing generate random numbers, and of course, if it generated 10,000 random numbers, it would have an average real close to 0.5. It might be 0.499999 or 0.500001, but it was pretty close. And the more numbers you let it generate, the closer it got to the 0.5. So then they would ask men and women to bias it. Let's make the average come out higher. Instead of 0.5, make it be 0.51, or make it lower, 0.49. You see, that's not a lot, but if out of 10,000 random numbers, it should be correct, to about 3 decimal places. But if you can change it in the second decimal place, then you've actually done something. It's very significant. And in science, they call that statistical significance. And the statistical significance would be like 1 in 100,000 that you'd be able to move that average as far as a 0.49 to the lower, or as high as a 0.51. So it's really a thing that is kind of dramatically successful if you can move it that far. Well, what they found when they tested men and the women separately was that if you told the men, all right, now we want you to bias it to the plus side, and then they'd say, well, okay, that's experiment's over. I've got another one, you're going to bias it to the negative side. And they do this to where they did maybe 10 or 20 experiments. With the men, every time they were to bias to the plus, they did bias it to the plus. And they were supposed to bias it to the negative, they did bias it to the negative, but only by a little bit. Instead of 0.51, they were getting 0.5001, you see. It was biased a little because normally it should have been 0.500001 because maybe they had 100,000 random numbers or something. So it still was significant, but it was small. Well, when they asked the ladies to do it, they asked them to bias it to the high side, 50-50 chance. Could be to the high side, could be to the low side, and vice versa. It just was all over the place. Never seemed to really correlate too much with what they were supposed to do to what they actually did. But the differences were much larger. They were getting the 0.51 or something. They made much bigger, dramatically bigger, by an order of magnitude or so, bigger effects. Both sides, bigger effects. But it was rather random which way it went. And the difference, and at the time, the lady just, I can't remember her name, but she was a manager. She was the manager at Pear Labs. She just offered that up as an anomaly, that we just have no idea why that happened that way. Well, I have an idea. I have a thought about it, and that is it had to do with the being level. Females tend to be more at the being level. They more live out of their core. Men tend to be more at the intellectual level. They tend to live out of their heads more. Logical processes are a little more dear to their hearts, and intuitive process is a little more natural to the females. So the females working out of the being level were having much larger effects. But they weren't necessarily biasing it in the right direction. They were just doing it, what felt right to them at the time, and they had these big effects. Whereas the males working out of their intellects were much weaker in the effects, but it was always right where it's supposed to be. So you see, just a difference in the approach between an intellectual level and a being level. Well, in this case, their intellect, which was supposed to give them direction, like should it be higher or lower, it wasn't that much in charge. But at the being level, showed a bigger difference. So that's just a kind of an example that the being level is much more powerful if you're going to do these paranormal things. That's a more powerful thing than is your intellect. So you can't think your way through this. The intellect just can give you direction. Stop the analyzing and the judging and the processing and comparing and all the stuff that we do. Just be it. And most of the guys are going, what do you mean be it? How do I be it? That doesn't compute. But anyway, give that a try. Okay, and it helps a lot if you learn to meditate. Because what meditation gives you is, first, it gets you acquainted with your own consciousness. And secondly, it helps you get rid of the noise. It helps that intellect sit down and be quiet. And the goal in meditation is just to remain thoughtless for some period of time. That's just all the goal is. You can just sit still and not have any thoughts in your head for 10 seconds, and then maybe 20 seconds, and then a minute, and then 2 minutes, and you just keep working on it. Eventually, you can do that as long as you like. You can sit there for an hour and not have any thoughts. Okay? But that may take you a while to get to that point. Even if you can do it for 10 minutes or 15 minutes, that's workable. That's pretty good. So you don't need to make it to an hour, but 10 minutes, 15 minutes, you can get a lot done in 10 or 15 minutes in your head if you can keep it steady that long. So that's what meditation is good for. It's just a way of letting go. Now, most times when people want to do things that are paranormal, it takes process. It takes, they have rituals. They have to have a quiet place. It has to be, this way, maybe it has to be dark. Maybe they have to lie down, or maybe they have to sit in a particular chair. Noises bother them. They may have to close their eyes to shut out other things. These are all things that people do to make it easier for them to not have thoughts. Getting
louder, please.
Louder.
So much for sign language.
Can't hear too well in the back. There are places up here if you want to come and sit in chairs, and there's a couple of places. So if you have trouble hearing, come on up. Okay? Let's see. Meditation. There's lots of ways to meditate. It doesn't have to be formal. You don't have to go learn a particular way of doing it. Some people meditate just by sitting down and being quiet. They don't need to do anything else. Some have visual patterns that they follow. Some have oral patterns that they follow. You can listen to binaural beats. That's a good technology for beginners. You can do relaxation kind of exercises. You can use a mantra. A mantra is it's a nonsense sound that you repeat in your mind that keeps you from thinking about other things because you're repeating this thing in your mind. You see, it's a trick. If you're constantly saying the sound, and the sound's always there, well, the sound is not operative because it doesn't mean anything. That's why it's a nonsense sound. If it was a sound like hamburger or something, it would make you hungry. But it's not. It's a sound. It's just a sound. So that doesn't give you anything to intellectually operate on. So the sound, just keep it in your mind. And if thought comes in, you go back to that sound. You don't say it. You just think it. So that's all a mantra is. It's like filling your head full of non-operative fluff to keep the thoughts out. And other techniques are to focus on something really, really boring and repetitive, like your breath. Focus on your breath. It's going in, it's going out, it's going in, it's going out. That gets to be non-operative after a little while too, because there's only so much analysis you can do on going on in and going out. And after a while, you just kind of, your mind leaves that and you're meditating. So that's another thing that you can do. People will sometimes put up like a mandala or a picture or something. They can just trace it with their eyes, looking into your crystal ball, because why? Because there's nothing in there. It's just cloudy. There's nothing there. And when you look at nothing, that's like saying a sound that doesn't mean anything, or watching your breath, or looking at a candle flame. Because a candle flame will just kind of do this, and you look at it and you say, oh, that's kind of interesting. But eventually that gets really boring too. The longer you look at it, the more it just kind of is, and it can work the same way. So there's all sorts of little techniques you can use to keep you from thinking about anything. Okay? That's meditation. It's a really good skill to have. To meditate, again, often people need a setting, a process they go through. Some processes are elaborate. Some people have to burn incense and ring chimes or do whatever, and they sit in a particular place as their meditation place, and they can't really meditate very well unless they're in that place, and they have ritual to go through that then helps them. Well, that's all tools. You really don't need any of that, and we're not going to do any of that here. We're going to do these exercises just stone cold. We're not going to go through any relaxation. You'd probably be a good idea to close your eyes, because the eyes, as you know, pictures have a lot of data. It's a lot of processing when you get pictures. So it really does put a load on your processing, and you want to let everything go. So I would suggest that you close your eyes, but eventually you won't have to. But to begin with, it's probably a good idea. Now, you'll hear things. You may hear somebody walk down the hallway or slam a door, or a motorcycle drive by outside. That's okay. You shouldn't think, oh, I heard that. I'm still here. I'm not doing it right. You can hear things. It's just that you shouldn't be attached to those things. That they're there is fine, but don't get attached to it. See, so if a dog barks or whatever, you just, oh, there's a dog barking, that's okay, let it go. If it's a dog's barking, where is that damn dog? Whoever owns that dog needs to, keep that thing from barking here in this building or whatever, and you start attaching yourself to it, then, of course, that messes you up. It gets in your way. So it doesn't matter that you hear or see or feel. You can feel yourself in the chair. That's fine. Just don't attach to it. It's not operative. Okay, so that's what we're going to do. We're not going to go through any relaxation, try to put you into any states or anything, and you'll find that it works just as well. See, that's the big surprise. You get trapped often in your rituals. It's a big eye-opener to realize that everything you do in your special meditation place, in your special posture, with your special music, and your special, whatever, that you can do any of that walking down the street, and eventually walking down the street having a conversation with somebody. You see, it's not really dependent on any of that stuff. But you think it is, and because you think it is, it is. So you'll find that if you meditate lying down, you always lie down in bed to meditate, you won't be able to meditate sitting up. You'll try to meditate sitting up, and it just won't work. Or vice versa. You meditate sitting in a chair, you say, well, I'm going to lie down this time and meditate. Doesn't work. That's just habit. The sitting up, the lying down has become a ritual for you. Now, what we would like to do over time, since I'm just trying to give you information so that over the next year or so you'll be able to use it for your own growth, what you'd like to do is to build robustness into your meditation. Not have it so fragile that it requires a ritual. And the way you do that is you force yourself to meditate different times, different ways, different postures, different places, and work your way up. Start with whatever is your habit, okay, but then change it. If you always meditate sitting up, meditate lying down. It won't work very well. You'll try it 2 or 3 times, and each time it's like, well, I just can't get there. It's not right. And then you'll sit up and, that feels so much better. Well, keep working at it. Keep working at it, and eventually the lying down will be fine. Then go back to sitting up. Now sitting up will feel a little strange, but work at that. Then go back and forth between them, and pretty soon it doesn't matter whether you're lying down or sitting up. Now your meditation's a little more robust than it was. You've let go of one of your rituals, which is to sit down or lie down. Okay. Well, keep that process going. Keep making it a little more difficult, finding other things to do. Meditate while standing up. Okay, that would be the next one. And you at first won't be able to do it. But if you keep working at it, you will be able to do it. Then meditate while walking. Maybe at first just pacing back and forth in your room. And then maybe out taking a walk down the sidewalk. Now you're going to have to pay attention, right? You don't want to walk across streets where the cars are. You don't want to step in a hole. So part of you is going to be with your environment, but just a part of you. The rest of you is going to be in a meditation state. Now you're learning the parallel process. There's part of your attention can be on don't step in a hole, don't walk out in front of a car, aware of where I am, don't run into people, but at the same time, you're in a meditation state. Then you can get in, say, a noisy place. When you're in a shopping, when you're in a crowd, when you're in a store, when you're sitting on a bus, try to meditate. You won't be able to do it, but keep working at it. So see, as you keep pushing yourself like that to get rid of your rituals, keep pushing yourself beyond the ritual. It won't work at first, but keep working at it till it does work. And then go back and do it, sitting down, standing up, 1 foot, 2 feet, all of those things, so that you don't get new rituals. You don't want to say, well, I can only really meditate riding on a bus. That wouldn't work either. That's just another ritual. You don't want to let go of any of the old places. So I suggest that everybody who meditate, if you don't meditate, you should start, because that's just discipline your mind so it's not always loose and flying around. You don't have much focus. If you always have thoughts coming and going, your focus is scattered. Your intent is scattered. Your intent's flying around, all different kinds of things, and most of us will have a thought every second or two. Constantly, thoughts are coming in second by second. You don't necessarily are aware of it until you try to meditate. When you try to meditate, you notice all these thoughts, but they're going on all the time. You're comparing, you're analyzing, you're judging, you're assessing, you're doing all this stuff. And you have to build some robustness into your meditation. That will serve you very well. Eventually, the next step will be you can meditate not only while you're walking in a park, but you can meditate while you're having a conversation with someone. So someone can come up and tell you about their Aunt Susie who just got diagnosed with such and such, and while they're telling you that, you can be working on Aunt Susie. You can actually be doing some healing as you're having that conversation. So you see, these things aren't difficult to do in the sense that you need special something to do them. You don't. You just need to get rid of the stuff that keeps you from doing them. Your natural way of being tends to keep you from doing the remote viewing, the healing. And you need to change that way of being to be one that's more centered, more focused, and doesn't have an ego yammering in the background all the time. Okay, so that's not a lesson for today, I guess. I'm just telling you, that's a lesson for the next 5 years. That's not going to come real quickly. It's not like you're going to go home in a week. You'll be meditating on the bus. It's like, just work at it slowly. Don't think of this as a chore you have to do immediately. Don't think of this as, okay, I'm psyched, I'm going to go do it, and put all my energy into it. It's not a good idea. You have to stay balanced. You've got a life. There's a reason for you being here. There's purpose. You're making choices. You're interacting with people. You're doing all that, and you have to keep doing all of that. You don't want to go off and, live in a closet and meditate all the time. It's not a good idea. That gets in the way of what you're here for. So you need to stay balanced. Take this as kind of not a job, but a thing that you want to do that just perks along in the background all the time. It's not in the foreground. It doesn't dominate your life. It just percolates along in the background all the time. And over the next decade, if you do that, you'll be an entirely different person. You won't be the same person that you are now. But let it take a decade, or a year, or 6 months, or whatever it takes. Don't rush it. Let it come to you as you're ready for it. Okay. Let's see. I think we talked about all of this. One last thing. No shortcuts. There are no shortcuts to get there. Well, there are no shortcuts that are really very valuable in the long run. I get asked a lot, well, what about drugs? What about ayahuasca? Or what about DMT or these other drugs? And of course, those DMT is natural. It's in your system. It's a natural thing. So taking a little extra shouldn't hurt. And we have these kinds of attitudes that you need help. It's like, I can't do it myself, but with drugs I can. Or, I'm impatient. I want to experience it now. And I can't do that, so I'll take drugs to experience it now. Drugs in general are a very dysfunctional way to go. Now, I have heard some people who've gotten value out of them, but these are the people who tried it once or twice, saw a bigger picture, had a very expansive experience, and then decided they'd have to work on it naturally, let the drugs go. That's then served to them as like a wake-up call, an experience that told them that there was more than the physical reality, that sort of thing. And in those cases, the drugs didn't hurt them, other than maybe the risk, liability that they had in the process of doing them. But for the people who take the drugs, and wow, that was really neat, and then take them again, and that was really neat, and pretty soon they're doing this regularly. They actually make it harder for them to do it on their own by taking those drugs. Eventually, it gets more difficult to do it on your own for a couple of reasons. One, it's hard to have patience to do something that may take you 5 years when you can get it right away. And the process of taking drugs tends to make those patience wither, dry up, and go away. You no longer have the patience for that. You want the experience. It's not about experience, you see. The drug can give you an experience, but it's not about the experience. The experience won't help you grow up. It's not like if you have these experiences, you'll evolve. You'll increase the quality of your consciousness. You'll become love because you have these experiences. Experience doesn't turn you into love. It's what you make of that experience. It's what you learn from that experience. It's how that experience gets integrated at your being level. Well, when you don't do it under your own steam, you don't get much more than an experience. And then you get a whole string of these experiences. But you'll probably note that if you know people who take drugs regularly, these are not people who seem to be getting closer and closer to being love. That's not what drugs do to you. It's just an experience. It's not necessarily a good tool for learning. You have no control. You don't know how to really take in and process the experience you have. So taking a drug is similar to like getting on a roller coaster, going to an amusement park. It's a wow, gee whiz, that was exciting. No, let's do it again. Let's get back on that roller coaster. This time we'll hold our hands in the air. It'll be more fun. So it's a fun thing maybe, and it's a big experience, but The roller coaster doesn't take you anywhere other than just round and round and around the same circle. Eventually you get bored with that. And this is, of course, I'm assuming that your drug of choice is not addictive, because if it's addictive, now you've got a whole other problem on top of that. So drugs are not a good way. There are no shortcuts. There's no fast way to get there. Everybody has to get there on their own, in their own way, with their own tools in their own time. And having a paranormal experience, though it will help you experience this larger consciousness system, it won't make you grow up. Getting into the larger conscious system isn't something that's going to make you grow up, even if you do it on your own. There are lots of people who work at and practice going out of body, and they've been doing it for years, and they haven't grown up much at all. You see, that's not the growing thing. The growing thing is the why you do it, your intent. What's the purpose? If your purpose is to learn something, to grow, to connect, to learn to be more helpful, that kind of thing, then the experience can grow you. But if it's not, then the experience isn't going to grow you. So it's what you bring to it, not something it's going to do to you. It's something you have to bring to the experience. All right. No shortcuts. Drugs are often counterproductive. The primary issue that you will have is fear, belief, and inexperience. Those are the primary constraints. Fear, belief, and inexperience. Well, we've already talked about fear and belief. It's just something you need to work on. And we talked about how to work on that. The inexperience is something that you have to gain by a kind of a consistent effort to explore yourself, your own consciousness. What can you do with this consciousness? What can you become with it? And that desire ought to be to become more, to evolve rather than become less. So if you're interested in the powers, oh, now I can go read your mind, or I can impart information to you, or I can make my boss feel more inclined to give me the raise rather than the guy over here. If it's the powers, I can remote view, I can see things. I can go check out the girls' locker room, this kind of thing. If you're doing this for the power of it, that's the wrong reason, and that won't take you very far, and it'll probably end up getting you in some sort of trouble, because the system kind of polices itself, and that would be considered abuse. Now, not that it can't be done. All those things can be done. You can heal a headache, and you can produce a headache. Either one of those things are possible. You can hurt, and you can help. It's just how you're going to grow. What's your intent? And if your intent is just to have a good time, take a roller coaster ride, see what you can see, get some powers, amaze your friends, be able to see what your kids are doing when they go out of the house at night, you'll be able to remote view and see what they're up to. You've always wondered, they won't tell you. Those are not the right reasons. So that's an important part of it, is why are you here? Why do you want to learn these things? Why? And a lot of people come to the idea, I really don't want to learn these things. They're not important. I really don't care about healing or going out of body or remote viewing. They're all superfluous. I'm on this path, I'm becoming love. It's me, what can I give? I'm working on that. And this other stuff, if it happens, it happens. It doesn't, it doesn't. I'm really not all that interested in it. That's fine. None of that is necessary. But particularly if you're a left-brain person, it's like, I got to see it for myself. I want to experience it. That's important to you, to experience it, to be a part of this larger thing, to explore it. Well, if that's on your path, then go do that. You can learn from it, but you don't have to do that. So nobody should feel like, I'm not very good at this, or it doesn't seem to work out, or I have a hard time, meditating, therefore I'll never grow up, I can't evolve. It's not true. You can evolve in never meditating. None of that's essential to the process. It's all just another path that you can take, different paths. All right. All of this intro material is basically attitude adjustment. I'm trying to adjust your attitudes so that when we get to doing this, that you'll have an attitude that'll actually help you succeed rather than an attitude that'll get in your way and prohibit your success. So attitudes are hard to change right now because I'm telling you this, it's all in your intellect, which isn't going to do you a lot of good until it gets down here to the being level. But at least you have to start someplace. So at least you maybe know the right attitude. Whether you can actually have the right attitude or not, that may take time. That may take some weeks or some months or some years. But that's a place to start. Okay, your consciousness defines your reality. I'll talk a little bit about inside data and outside data. You get data, and I think I mentioned yesterday that data can come from three sources. It can come from yourself, call that imagination. It can come from the larger conscious system, or it can come from some other individuated unit of consciousness, whether they're out there in the non-physical or whether they're here in the physical. Okay, all our consciousness are netted, so it can come from somebody that's here in this physical world, and we're going to do some practice with that. You're going to go talk to some people that are here in this physical world, and some that aren't in this practice. So those are the three paths that data comes to you. There's no way to differentiate what path the data you just got came from. Could be any of those three. You'll never know, other than by the content itself. And to evaluate the content, you need experience. You can't evaluate that without experience. That's why I say if you talk to some non-physical being, after you've spent hours talking to them, now you can start to have some judgments and some assessment of how valuable is this. If it's not valuable, it doesn't matter which one of those three it came from. And if it is valuable, it doesn't matter which one of those three it came from. Don't get hung up on, well, if it came from me and it's valuable, well, that's not really what I want to do. I want it to be somebody, that lives out there in non-physical land. Well, no, that's the ego talking. That's a desire to, you see, interact with whatever data you get. Eventually, when you have enough experience, you can judge it based on its value to you. And that's it. Don't worry about, is it outside of me or is it inside of me? Not really a pertinent question. But this will make you feel a little better. You will know. With experience, you will be able to differentiate whether it's outside of you or inside of you, just by the content. You won't know for sure, but you'll get like a 99.99% probability because what you're getting is just nothing that's in there. It's just totally foreign. It's totally outside of your own experience base. So that's a pretty good sign that it's coming from outside of you. So you will be able to come to not a certainty, but to a really, really good sense of what you're talking to, whether it's another IUC, whether it's the conscious system, or whether it's yourself. And with practice, a year from now, you won't have a whole lot of difficulty separating those, but not precisely, separating those to, an 80, 90, 99% kind of thing, where you feel good about your assessment of what you're doing, but you always have to be skeptical. Always have to be skeptical. So if you think you're getting something direct from the larger consciousness system and it's telling you that what you really need to do is, jump off a cliff, I'd be skeptical. Say, I don't think so, you see? Or do something else that's maybe not productive. I don't think so. So you even get tested like that. You see, people who do make a connection and they get valuable information, and they've done this a lot, they begin to rely on it. The problem can be that they start to give up their free will to that information source, you see? And they can't do anything really without asking first, should I do this? Should I take this trip? Should I go to this seminar? And they consult the oracle all the time for everything. Well, what they're doing is they're giving up their own free will to something else. That's not a good thing. And even if that source always gave them good data, things that was useful to them, it's a good chance that if they start losing their own free will to it, that source will give them something that will smack them and say, oh, why did it tell me to do that? See? And then they'll be confused. Well, what it was telling them is make your own decisions. I'm not always going to tell you everything. You need to make your own decisions. If something doesn't sound right, if it seems silly or non-productive, you need to be able to make your own choices. So with all this information you're going to be able to get eventually, always you have to be the one that decides what to do with it. So if you get bad information, just consider that that's a test to see whether or not you can tell what bad information is. If you get good information, you should be skeptical about how good it really is. Because the system will, if you need a sharp, correction, you'll get one. So that's, always be skeptical of what you get, why you're getting it. You may get a strong intuitive notion to do something mundane, like a strong intuitive motion that I need to cross to the other side of the street. So you do it, and maybe there's nothing happens. Well, that could just be training you to pay attention to your strong intuition. Well, it's all right. And you do it. Nothing happened. Well, it didn't hurt anything. And you do it again. But if it's something that doesn't look like a good idea, don't do it. And eventually you'll learn the difference between those. See, again, it comes from experience. Experience is a big part of this. You'll learn the difference. Because the system's working with you. It wants to know that if it says duck, that you'll duck. Because something's headed your way, you see. And if you say, duck, did somebody say duck? Well, should I? Nah, whap, you get hit. So a little training to teach you to pay attention to your intuition, that happens. So don't say, oh, that was silly. It said duck, and I ducked, and nothing happened. Well, next time that happens, I'm just going to ignore it. You see, well, now you're not, so you're getting in your own way again. You have intellectually decided that, this doesn't work this way, and then it's all your belief about how things are, and now suddenly you've gotten away. Well, you duck a few times when it doesn't matter. Maybe it will help you duck the time that it does. So that's why I say be skeptical of everything, but be open to everything. Don't come to any conclusions about your source, about its intentions, about who it is, what it is, why it is. Jumping to conclusions like that will just get you into trouble. Is the data useful? Is it not useful? Does it feel right? Does it feel wrong? What does your intuition say? You see? And over years, you will develop then an intuition that you can rely on. Because once you are reliable in following your intuition, then you won't get those things to duck when there's nothing to duck for. It starts to settle out. But when you're learning, you need training. You need exercises, you see. So always think of yourself as a student. You're in class. You're always being helped to grow up. It's really true that when the student's ready, the teacher will come. The teacher's always there. All you have to do is be aware. Pay attention, practice, stay skeptical, make your own decisions, and go on with your life, you see. And 5 years later, you're much more knowledgeable, have a lot more experience, and you've grown up a lot. Most of us don't tend to do that. We tend to shut things down. We come to jump to conclusions about way things are, what it is, because we tend to be at the center of our universe, and we don't see ourselves as an integral part of a bigger thing that's really helping us. So these are, again, more attitudinal things. But if you don't get the attitude right, you see, nothing else works. So I spend a lot of time on the attitude, because if that's not right and if you don't understand it, then everything else is going to be really, really hard. You'll work at it, you'll get frustrated, and it'll be a problem for you. So the attitude, otherwise you'll be like me, right? I've worked this for like 40 years. It'll take you 40 years before you figure out, which ends up. So that'll work too. But if you understand the kind of attitude that you need, you don't have to take 40 years to figure it out. You can figure it out much more quickly than that. You can figure it out in maybe a few weeks, or maybe a few months, or a few years. But this is the attitude, your beliefs, or lack thereof, is the most important thing about remote viewing, healing, even just growing up. So I spend a lot of time on attitude, because that is the biggest problem that people have, the beliefs. Because everything that you learn how to be in this physical world just gets in your way. You have to let that go. All your automatic responses just get in the way. All right, talked about that. You also have to be aware, we said it before, but it's make particular note, you have to be aware that whatever data you get is not necessarily the data that was sent to you. The data you get is your interpretation of what was sent to you. Okay? So you get some data, you interpret that data. Your consciousness. Consciousness interprets what the data means, right? Remember, just the words on the paper, the ink here, the ink stains on this paper, that's just data. I look at it, what that means to me requires my consciousness. I turn data into information when I look at it. If you looked at this, you wouldn't see the same, or you wouldn't interpret the same things I do. You'd see the same ink spots, but it wouldn't mean the same to you. You'd interpret it according to your own experience base, you see? So when you get something, don't think of, this is a direct message from God, It's not. It's your interpretation of a message that came from somewhere of which you're really not sure. That's the way to see it. So you're always limited by your interpretation. So if you see something really scary, does that mean there's something really scary out there? No. That's your interpretation that it's scary. And why you interpret it that way is probably because you have fear that something scary is going to be there. Therefore, you get something, you interpret it into something scary. So always remember that what you get is your own interpretation of what you receive. It's not necessarily what was sent to you. Okay. You should always approach reality and the paranormal with a sense of, I'm doing this to grow up. I'm doing this to learn. I'm doing this to become love. This is my purpose. This is my intent. So be careful what you intend. Now there's kind of two intends here. There's the little I intend, which is your intellect, what your intellect intends to do. But the one I'm more worried about is the big capital I intent, which is really at your core, at your deep level, at your being level. What's your intention there? And often, the little I intent really isn't the same as the big I intent. And if you get rid of the fear and the ego and the belief, then they're both the same. But as long as you have fear and ego and belief, they're different, or could be different. So just because you think this is my intention, my intention is honorable, I want to grow up to become love. If that's just out of your intellect, But at a deeper level, that's not it. You really like to have the power. You know, that's what's going on at a deeper level. Then that's a problem. So be aware of what you intend, what your purpose is. Why am I doing this? What's the point? Why am I connecting? Why do I want to talk to this being? Why do I want to talk to any non-physical being? Why do I want to go out of body? Why would I want to heal someone? Why can't I just let it be? You know, people can heal or get sick. Why do I want to kind of butt into this process and do it? Be clear about those questions. You have to think about those. That's important. Don't just do it because it feels like the right thing to do. Think about those, because if you approach these things with a solid understanding of what your intent is at the being level, why are you really doing this? Why do you want to do it? Why is it significant? Or why do you think it might be significant? Sometimes you don't know because you're not sure what it is until you get there. So, but what is your hope for it? Where do you think it's going? If those intentions are good, if they're good, positive, growing intentions, you will find the system will help you in every way it can. If they're not, you're on your own. You're not going to get any help because it's not productive for the system to help you out. So just keeping track of your intent. And you have to know it that if you don't come with any intent, you're just doing it because you happen to be in the class, and the class is doing it, so you're doing it too, and you don't really have much intent about it one way or the other, well, that's not going to get you nearly as far as if you really know why you're here, what you're doing, and where it fits into your path, your progress. Once you know that, then that becomes part of your intent. That intent then is picked up on by the system, and now the system will come and help you. If you're just floundering around or it's a joyride, then you're not going to get the help that you could use. So be careful of what you intend. Think it through. If it's serious about personal growth will happen a lot more quickly. You'll learn a lot faster. Okay? And don't consider it as a playtime. Okay. Now you're going to communicate with, could be, there's any number of things that we have to put things into metaphors in order to talk about them, right? If everything just stayed up at that abstract level, we couldn't have any specific communications, and you wouldn't really understand what I said because I'd just be talking up here at a real high level, and it could mean anything. So we have to give things names. That doesn't mean that's what they are. It just means that's convenient metaphor for a function, for something. So you're going to talk to things that could be your guides. It could be your higher self. It could be another individual unit of consciousness. These are all metaphors. All of them are just metaphors. So we're not going to worry, well, was that my guide or was that my higher self? You see, that's not a question we're going to worry over. It doesn't matter. It is what it is. Okay. Your metaphors can also become traps if you take them too seriously. Okay. So just realize they're metaphors. We tend to make up metaphors, and pretty soon, years later, those metaphors have become beliefs. And don't let your metaphors become beliefs. Just keep them as metaphors. So pretty soon you make a connection, and that connection came to you as the angel Gabriel. And as you have this, and pretty soon that was the angel Gabriel. And you get to turn that into a belief. Well, it maybe not hurt, but it might, because now somebody challenges you on that and says, really, you're talking to angels, and you're ready to fight. You say, of course I am. Well, it's a metaphor. Just use a metaphor, okay? The metaphor was the angel Gabriel, like in a dream, right? We deal in metaphors in dreams. We deal in symbols and metaphors. Well, we deal with that in real life. That's all there ever are. Our whole reality comes to us in terms of symbols and metaphors, and we interpret them to be this reality. So, is it real? You see, it's not really a good question. They're metaphors. They're symbols that we interpret. What's real? Well, information is real. And information comes from our own interpretation. So, all the data you get's real. Whether it comes from your imagination or any other source, it's all real. Information is real. It's the only thing that is real. So don't get hung up on the is it real problem. Is that my higher self or was that my God? You see, that's not really a burning question that you should worry about. It doesn't matter. Or you could get in an argument about whether a higher self and an oversoul and a, what else we call that? We've got a bunch of names for it that different schools call it all different names. You know, that there's a difference between them. You know, what's the difference between a higher self and an oversoul? And we get into these sorts of debates. It's all nonsense. They're just metaphors for a function that consciousness performs. All right. We've done that. Positive and negative beings. Okay. There are such things as negative beings and positive beings. Positive beings are the ones that make choices that grow them toward love. Negative beings are the ones that make choices that grow them toward fear. You have free will, so you can make any choice you want. You can make poor choices that take you toward fear. You can make good choices that take you toward love. And if the average of all your choices is more fear-based, then you end up being a negative being. You see? So that's why we have the good and evil, because we have free will. So the system will let you be any way that you choose. It's not like, well, you can do anything you want as long as it's like this. You see, that's not free will. You can do anything you want. Your choice. So we do have those that choose to go in a more negative direction. They're looking for control. They're looking for power. And they find that in the short term in a negative direction, through fear, dominance. Okay? So they see the short-term gain. What they miss is the long-term loss. But you can run into those kinds of entities. Most of the entities you will run into, if they seem to be negative or scary, there's about a 90% chance that that is your fear you're running into. It's your own fear. If you have any trepidation about what you might find out in that larger consciousness system, then you will run into that fear. And the fear doesn't have to be about individuals. It could be about anything. There's the fear of not coming back. You go out of your body and I can't get back. What happens then? Oh, no. You see, if you've got that fear, then you'll be like Bob Monroe when on his way back, he ran into a big wall. Couldn't get over it, couldn't get around it, couldn't get under it. Oh, no. You see, well, that was a fear of not being able to get back. It manifested as a wall. So you will create your fears. In this reality, intent modifies future probability, but you have to put out a lot of intent to make that probability move very far. And even then, it may just move it a little bit, unless you're very strong focus, strong intent. Once you get into a reality that doesn't have a tight rule set like this one, where the rule set is very loose, that intent can manifest things like that. So that fear can manifest a wall or a monster or any other sort of thing very easily. It also can manifest other things. If you'd like, and you're out of body, and you say, a cherry vanilla ice cream cone would sure taste good right now. Poof, there it is. And if you lick it, it'll be the best one that you ever ate. You see? So you can manifest things in that reality because it's a very loose rule set. Your intent manifests things quickly and easily. So if you got any fear in there, anxiety and stuff, you'll manifest that. And if that's the case, and you do that a lot, and your out-of-bodies are scary experiences, I'd say you need to back off of that and just grow up some first. Get rid of that fear before you do that. You're not quite ready yet, because you don't want to have such a scary experience that it makes you back up and back away from growing up. You see? So you will find easy to manifest things. Now, it's your intent that enables you to do the things you do. It's your intent to heal that is really doing the healing. It's not the light beam and the black stuff disappearing, whatever. It's your intent to heal that's actually doing the healing, that's changing the probabilities. It's your intent that lets you let go of this and end up in an out-of-body. Well, what does out-of-body mean? It means you're no longer paying any attention to your sense data, basically. It means you're aware in some other space other than this space. You're no longer paying attention to what you hear, see, smell, feel. So you're not really aware you're sitting in a chair. You're just there. Now, you could think about it. Am I in a chair? And you could feel it. But if you don't think about it, it's not there. And the same with the sounds. And, of course, you close your eyes on the sights. And you end up being just a point of consciousness floating in the void. That's when you've let go of all the sense data. Doesn't mean you won't hear the telephone ring if it rings. You will. But you'll say, it's just a telephone. You'll go back. If instead you say, oh, who is that? I wonder, is that important? Should I go get that? You say, now you're attached to it. And as soon as you get attached to it, you're here, not there. Which may be okay if you're expecting a very important call. You know, it's all right. But let's see. Negative beings. Don't worry too much about the negative beings. Most of it's your own fear. Mostly it's just smoke. So if a big three-headed monster with great big teeth, comes growling at you, wish it a nice day. Don't run. Just wish it a nice day. So I'm so sorry you're having a hard time today, Mr. Monster. And you'll see that as soon as you have that attitude and you don't have fear, it goes away. It's your fear creating it. The fear that you won't get back, you'll always get back. You'll always be back in your body, just like after a dream. You'll always be back at the end of the day. If something dramatic happens, you'll get it. If somebody throws cold water on you, you'll be back really fast. If your house catches on fire, you'll be back really fast. So don't worry about any of that. You'll come back when you need to. All right. This point consciousness I just talked about, that's a good place to be. When you meditate, that should be one of the places that that you achieve that is the most useful spot, I guess, in meditation, and that is to just be a point of consciousness floating in the void. Call that point consciousness. You're not really operating on anything at all. Nothing. See nothing, hear nothing. Just you're aware that you exist. It's a Descartes moment. I think, therefore I am. It's just that moment and nothing else is going on. That's point consciousness. From there, your intent can take you anywhere else. But that's a powerful place because that's where your mind is focused and clear. There's no thoughts in your mind. And when you're focused and clear, your intent can do things. When you're scattered all over, your intent's weak. The intent, again, needs to come out of the being level, that let the ego just gets in the way. So, point consciousness. If you can go there first, then heal, then remote view, then take an out-of-body trip. But point consciousness is a good place to start from. Other places will still work, but point consciousness is the kind of the cleanest, most powerful place to be in, as your intent does other things. So think of point consciousness as the doorway. It's the place you go before your intent takes you somewhere else, into some other adventure or some other activity. And if you can't get there, you can't hold it, well, just practice it. And you can still go anyway, and heal anyway, and remote view anyway. It just will be noisier. It won't work as often. It'll be more problematical, but you can still do it. We're going to do it today. We're just going to do it without any ritual at all. And you'll see it. It sometimes works that way. Okay, I think we've done most of it. with ability and knowledge comes responsibility. So the more you grow up, the more responsibility you have. The bigger picture you have, the more choices you have, and the more responsibility you have for that. You know, it's always that way, right? You got more responsibility now than when you were 6. It just goes with growing up. Because the more you're capable of, then the more responsible you have to be with that capability. So take it seriously. All right, let's talk about making contact. That'll be the first thing we'll do is making contact with other beings. Keith, where are we on break time? Are we getting close?
About another 10 minutes, Tom, but you tell me if you want.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm just thinking we're getting near a good break point, but 11:45. All right, 10 minutes or so. All right, making contact with another individuated unit of consciousness or the larger consciousness system. A lot of people like to start with an affirmation. Remember, your intent is the thing. Your intent is the intent to connect. Your intent also is the thing to shut out. Your intent can do both. You don't really want to be plugged into everybody. Okay, we're all netted, but you don't want to get everybody's thoughts coming at you all the time. You know, that will put you in an institution, right? You don't want to do that. So you need to be selective in what you get, but you also need to be able to turn it on and turn it off. Okay, so what you're doing now is you're turning it on. When you have an intent to communicate, you're opening up a port, right? For those of you who do computer stuff, you're opening up a port to communicate, which means you're opening yourself up to communication. And many people have a little trepidation about that. You know, they wouldn't just walk out on a crowded street corner and say, "Hello, everybody, I'm here." You know, they'd feel that that wouldn't be a good thing to do. They might get unwanted attention that way. So because you might feel that way, then you might have a little fear associated with that, a little distress. And one of the ways to help that is this affirmation. You should make up your own. You can Google TMI, the Monroe Institute. They have an affirmation. You can probably find it on our website. But better to make up your own. See, it's your affirmation. This is your intent. It ought to be your own intent. All right, you're going to have to think about it a while. If you intend to go out and communicate, what is it you want to communicate with and what is it you don't want to communicate with? And you ought to clearly summarize that and think about it for a while. You ought to spend some time really thinking about your affirmation. So you may want to say something about, I'd only want to communicate with those beings who are more loving and caring or more evolved than myself. I only want to talk to those beings who would, have my best interests at heart in the communication, from whom maybe I can learn something valuable that will help me grow. See, these are things that you could limit. You only want to talk to those people, the ones that aren't going to help you grow, the ones that, you know, are less evolved than you are or whatever, that I really don't want to talk to those people. Okay, so that's your affirmation. And that can be an important thing. You can sometimes end up connected with a negative entity that you wish that you'd never met. If you're a beginner and you're too open, too fast. Once you're not a beginner, it's not so much a problem. If you're not a beginner, you can go out on those crowded street corners and do things and you still have it all under control and everything's all right. But when you're doing that for the first time, it's a little scary because you're not sure what might happen. So depending on your level of comfort, make up an affirmation. And you can make it up as you go, and you just want to basically only let certain sort of contacts in and prohibit the others. And then you hold that intent. But you have to hold that intent. Now, the intent won't work if you're fearful. If you say, oh, that's my intent, but what if that intent isn't good enough? What if I didn't cover all the bases? What if my intent's too weak? What if, and if you got all these what ifs going on, then the whole thing goes, downhill and isn't going to work. So see, fear's the problem. Everywhere you go, no matter what you try to do, if you've got fear, the fear gets in the way. So you need to let all that fear go. You need to just go exploring. There's nothing that you can ever do in life that is not without risk. There's always a little risk, but the risk is small. The risk is proportional to your fear. If you got a lot of fear, you got more risk. If you don't have much fear at all, you have very, very little risk. Okay? And it's not so much that the risk is that something out there is going to get you, but that the risk is that your own fear is going to get you and give you more fear. Because now you've had a bad experience, you see. Now the next time you try, the fear level's even a little higher than it was before. So that's what we don't want. We don't want to get into a thing where the fear builds up. So we don't want any bad experiences. So start out with your affirmation and make it clear, put it out there, and keep that in the back of your mind all the time. That's why it's good to meditate, because now you can keep a thought and keep it steady, rather than I can keep a thought, but in 10 seconds it's gone. I'm thinking something else. So it's handy to be able to keep that thought and keep it steady. So meditation is a good practice. Okay, so negative beings, they are such. You can block them out from communicating with them. It's just like if you met a stranger. If you were standing at a bus stop and there was somebody sitting on the bench when you got there, and you don't know whether they're waiting for a bus or just sitting on the bench, but there they are. Okay, how would you act? You might be polite. Hello, good day. Are you having a nice day? Something like that. You may say something. But you probably wouldn't run up and, kiss them on the cheek and give them a hug or something, because you don't know them. You've never seen them before. And you have to get to know them some. Now, let's say you go to that bus stop every day on the way to work. And let's say that other person there's every day too. 6 months go by, and you've got 6 months of every day, every work day, chatting with that person. You kind of get to know them. You kind of know what they're doing there. Are they on the bus? Are they just waiting? Kind of where they live? What do they do? You start to know that person. Well, it's the same way in a non-physical. You start slow. You start on a slow conversation. You don't walk up to somebody and the first time you meet them, say, well, tell me about the rise and fall of the Roman Empire, You don't ask big questions. You don't get into this, you don't start off with philosophy or anything. You just get to know. You exchange pleasantries. That's the way you do it in the non-physical as well. If you just go out there and say, oh, well, tell me the nature of reality and da-da-da, or how can I win the lottery? If you go out and just present these questions, you're liable to get all kinds of nonsense back. Some entities might just be having fun with you, so they just think, well, this would be funny. I'll tell them this, you see. Just like if a guy was sitting on a bench, right? And you went up to the guy on the bench and said, oh, hey, how do I win the lottery? They're liable to tell you some really strange story that they would find amusing. So it's the same kind of thing. Ask simple questions if you're going to ask a question. Sort of like a lawyer. You know how lawyers will only ask a question that can be answered with a yes or a no, because they don't want to give the person on the stand a chance to say anything except what they want them to say. So they'll ask a question where yes and no is the answer. And actually, with a lawyer, if you try to say something more than yes or no, they'll tell you to be quiet. That's all they want, because they want to control the dialogue. Well, you need to be a little like a lawyer here. You need to ask simple questions that have simple answers, because in the beginning, you're not that good at getting complex things and interpreting them. So start out simple, not with really big things. And it shouldn't really be about your personal problems. So my girlfriend, is doing this and having a problem, and, this isn't the Dear Abby sort of thing. So keep the personal stuff kind of someplace else, right? That's not why you're there. So it's about your growth. So keep it serious and keep it simple in the beginning. No judgments, whatever you get. Now, when you see something, don't judge it. If you see, think of something silly. If you see a pink bunny rabbit standing next to a great big daisy, leaning like this up against the daisy, don't say, that's stupid. I obviously just made that up. I sort of remember that on a Disney movie. That's judging it. Don't judge it. Even if it's something silly like that, go interact with it. The larger kind of system is an interactive system. It's not there for voyeurs. You see, it's not there for you to look at. Say, all right, where am I? Is this Chicago? It's not that. Interact with things, even silly things, because you'll find that one thing will lead to the next thing, will lead to the next thing. So you'll go over to that rabbit, and you'll reach out and maybe say something to the rabbit, and the rabbit will hop off. Well, just like Alice, follow the rabbit. Or the rabbit will jump through a portal. Jump through the portal with the rabbit. Or the rabbit will have a message for you. Or the daisy will grow up and turn into a window for you to look through. You don't know what's going to happen until you interact with it. But it's an interactive place. Don't judge it. Whatever you see is probably put there for your reaction. If you blow it off, well, you're not ready yet. Or maybe you're too frightened. Or maybe what you see is a little scary. Well, go over and interact with it. You see? That'll lead to the next thing, to the next thing. So a lot of people want to be entertained. They want to get there and see something. And they're not really proactive in interacting. And if you get there and nothing's going on, you can ask. You can say, I'm not getting anything here. Could you try a little harder? And wait, just be open. You see? So don't be afraid to have a conversation, to talk, to say the way you feel, but keep your affirmation in mind as you do that. Okay. Making contact. All right. We got the affirmation. Now, if you're having trouble with it because you're kind of stuck in your head with your intellect, start with your imagination. Now, we say imagination. That's kind of cheap. That's the thing that doesn't count, right? It's not like that. Your imagination is your third source of getting data. So it's not just my imagination doesn't count. My imagination isn't real. Data is real, no matter what its source is. Start with your imagination. People who are left brain and stuck in their heads and can't get out and can't get into the being level and can't open up, start with your imagination. And then as you go into that imaginative thing, you'll find that imagination then turns into an interaction with something else if you just let it go. Start with your imagination, work with it. Let's say you want to talk to someone and you're out there and you maybe get something, but you're not sure what, so you just stay quiet because you're not sure what. Well, don't. Just start. Start the conversation, you see. Start wherever it is you're going. If you don't see a pink rabbit laying on a daisy, imagine a pink rabbit laying on the daisy and go over and talk to it, you see. So you can start out of the imagination, but then things will happen. See, that will turn into something else that turns into something else. You just have to be open and let it happen. Often the problem is you can't get started. You're just there and nothing's going on and nothing's happening and you're stuck. Because now you don't know what to do. You don't see anything, you don't hear anything, so you're just stuck there waiting for somebody else to start the process. Well, there's nobody else to start the process, so you have to start the process yourself. Be proactive. Imagination is not a fake thing. It's a real thing. Okay. So don't be afraid to use it. It'll turn into other things, but you have to be open enough to let it turn into something else. And as it does, don't worry about it. Am I imagining it? Doesn't matter. Let it go. Have the experience. Don't get stuck on, I want to have a real experience. I don't want to just imagine something. The line between those two is very fine. You think it's huge. One of them is real and the other one's fake. It's not like that. Just have the experience. You can't judge it yet. that experience may stay in your imagination for 10 or 15 minutes, and without you even knowing it, it's branched off into something else that doesn't have anything to do with your imagination. But you won't know that if you're not open to it, and if you're second guessing it all the way. Is this real? Is that real? Am I making this up? Let all those questions go. Just do it. Interact with it. Go to it. Experience it. Be a part of it. Let your intent come out of what your purpose is. And that will optimize your experience. Okay, that's the first thing we'll do. Let's see. Huh? Yeah, I guess did I go past my 10 minutes, Keith? All right, well, let's go. Wait a minute. Let's not. Give me a couple more minutes, and then I'll be at another break point. All right? Healing requires empathy. You have to really care about that person. If you really don't give a damn about that person, but you're just going to heal them, you see, then that's not going to work much. So even if it's somebody you never heard of, I'm going to say, Susie Q, I'd like, she has a problem, go heal her. If you're going to go heal her, you have to care about Susie Q. You have to have some empathy for Susie Q. And that has to be at the being level. If it's all just done out of the intellect, it's not going to be very powerful. So empathy is kind of a required tool. Remote viewing, what's most important is your first impression. The first impression, the first thing that comes into your mind, that's most likely to be the thing that you're supposed to remote view. The thing that comes into your mind second is you trying to second guess the first thing. So you have to be open and you be aware, because that first thing that comes into your mind may only last for 1/10 of a second. Flash. That's it. It's gone. And if you're a kind of person that you ignore flashes, if it's not steady, clear signal, for a long time, then, you're not going to touch it. Well, you're going to miss it because it's just that flash. Because as soon as you get that flash, most people's minds will automatically question it. What was that? Is that the real thing? Is that what it was? What was that? It came so fast and left so quick. I don't really, we're not used to dealing with little quick things like that. So remote viewing, first thing you get, first thing that pops in your mind. That's it. Just open your mind to get the information. You have to open up. You have an intent. I'd like to get this information. Specify the information clearly. I want to get this particular information. And then be open. First thing that comes into your mind, that's what you remember and write down. Now you can repeat that if you want. You can, okay, let's try it again. But now you have to take what you got, set it aside, that no longer, it's not that you're necessarily testing that. You're just going to try it again. It's got to be a fresh start. And you can do that again. But it's the first thing. Most people discount the first thing because whatever it is probably ridiculous, and they probably aren't doing it right anyway because, they're not going to be any good at this thing. So that's what happens, and then you lose it, and then you start second guessing, well, what could it be? And then the whole thing kind of, you miss it. So you just have to be open and get it. Same with communicating. You just got to be open and get it. All right, we've talked about all that stuff. Now we're at the break. All right, I'm done with all the attitude adjustments. We're finished with that. You won't have to listen to any more somebody trying to adjust your attitude. All right, we're just going to do some exercises now. So we're going to have some fun and do these, and then there's going to be some Q&A time so that we can discuss what your experiences are. We'll do a little QA kind of after each of the sets of exercises, and you can ask questions about what happened and so on. All right, the first section is going to be about making contact. Okay, and the first exercise, and I want you to just do these exercises. So it's not like you expect anything. Just try them and see what happens. You might want to close your eyes. You might want to take a deep breath, or you might not. You don't have to do anything. Just however it is it comes to you to do them, just do them that way, and we'll see how it works. All right. First one is I'd like you to think of someone deceased that you know, and it could be an ancestor, it could be part of your family, it could be a friend, anyone that's deceased, and have a specific question or several types of questions or things you'd like to ask for that person. But you have to kind of think what you're asking first before you're going to make the contact, because otherwise when you get there, you're liable not to do anything. You just sit and stare at each other. So just, you can close your eyes, think of that person, have an intention to connect to that person, and then have your intention to what it is you would like to communicate to or from that person. Okay, finish that communication up in the next few moments. And when you're finished, come back and open your eyes. Okay, next, we're going to communicate with someone to whom you are close, someone you know really well. You can have a question or you can impart a suggestion. Now, the suggestion could be anything. It could be just like the color is red. And if you repeat that enough times, what you're going to do is then you're going to you're going to contact this person later, tomorrow or later today, and you're going to say something like, "What is the color?" And see if they say red. You say, or you could apologize to them or tell them you love them or anything else. This is just somebody, though, that you connect with regularly, that you can talk to afterwards. My wife Pamela did did this some years back. She had a friend, and she sent them the message. This girl always wore these button-down blouses, and they were usually buttoned down to about here. And she said, "You need to button the next button up. You need to button up." So she kept sending that over and over and over. And then when she saw her later the next day, she says, "Well, did you have any kind of interesting things that had to do with, your clothes or your dress or something like that?" And the lady said, "Well," she says, "yes, I had this sense of something was wrong with the shirt I was wearing, that it just something wasn't right." She said, "So what I did is I unbuttoned the next button down, and then everything felt better." So anyway, you can find some little thing like that, and it's just an evidential thing, that you can do. So if you can think up a little trick or a little thing you want to do, or you can just use the time, say, to tell somebody you love them, and ask them, did you feel some warm energy about caring, during your day? So it's an evidential thing. So take the next couple, and we're doing these quickly, and we're doing them quickly on purpose. I know you're saying, "Oh, I didn't have enough time. I was right in the middle of something." But we're doing them quickly because if beginners have too much time, they start to make a mess for themselves. They start to get muddled up. And it's better if you just do it quickly and move on. It's not a big process. It's just an attention process. It can happen very quickly. So don't get muddled up in a process or well, it's not quite working. I'll do this. It's not quite working. That's your intent. That's your intellect getting in the way. Just do it without thinking about it. Just do it. There is no process. Your process is your intention, period. So that's why we're doing them quickly. Not let you get wadded up with process. All right, so someone that you're very close to, that you have a question, you want to impart a suggestion, or you may just have an apology or tell them you love them or something like that. But this is somebody you can check with later whether or not they got your message. Okay? Start. Okay, finish that up, and when you're done, open your eyes. Okay, this next one is I want you to speak with somebody to whom you need to have a heart-to-heart discussion. I want you to have that discussion. Try not to make it about you. Try to make it about them. Okay? Begin. Okay, wind up that discussion in the next few moments and come back. When you're done, open your eyes. Okay, now the last one of this series is, next we're going to ask the larger consciousness system for specific guidance about your growth path, or instead of guidance, you can ask for help, or you can ask for both guidance and help. Okay. Go ahead, begin. next few moments. Wind up that contact, and when you're done, open your eyes. Okay, we have talked to someone who's deceased, someone we're close to. We've had a heart-to-heart conversation, and then we've had a talk with the LCS to see maybe where we ought to go next, some help and guidance. When you speak with somebody at a heart-to-heart talk, I don't know, we're going to get, well, let's just get your experience first, and I can talk about it later. I'll make it more specific to you. Anybody want to share anything that happened to them during these connections? Anybody make a connection? Feel like they actually connected with somebody? Okay, one person did. Yeah, others, yeah. Was there anybody who felt that this didn't connect to anything? It just was void. Yeah, just.
Raise your hand. Who am I supposed to give?
Miles, come back here.
Okay. So I think it was only one said that they did not have any experience of actually making a connection. So that's pretty good.
So when you asked for us to speak to someone who's deceased, I tried to picture my granddad, and it felt like pretty direct, like I could see him quite clearly when I spoke, and then he replied, his voice was quite different though. Like it didn't sound like his voice, but the image was really clear. I'm not too sure if that was anything significant, but it seemed quite distinct. The replies felt quite vivid. Yeah, that was my experience anyway.
Okay. Anybody else like to share what happened?
I had a really good friend that I studied with in America a bunch of years ago, and he died about 2 years ago. And he was a really amazing person, and we had an amazing connection in this reality. So when I contacted him, I got a sort of sense from this part of my body. It was this immediate, like a beam of him, and it was. I've thought about him a lot since he died, but this was the first time that I was sensing him, and it was really, really vivid, and yeah, it definitely felt like that was him. Yeah, it was really, really strong.
Okay. One here first, I think.
A friend of mine, she passed away. She was ill, and I feel like I've connected to her more intensely other times, but this time I felt more like I felt like I was her at a point, and I just wanted to check and make sure that she's okay. And as I said, in other communications, I had more the verbal conversation that she is. This time I rather felt that she is. So yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I had many connections with each exercise, but I mean more than one with each exercise. But the one that seems to me more important is that one of my teachers and in spirit, which is a Native American master, he appeared and asked me to use more Native American techniques and knowledge in my work, which is true. I have to do that. Yeah.
Okay.
Anyone else?
Well, go to you first.
wanted to try to contact my father, who passed away when I was quite young, and I have actually never done that, and I didn't really expect anything to happen, but at first I saw just the symbols, but then actually I really felt like somebody was actually taking my hand. It was quite an apologetic feeling to say that sorry that I had to leave so early, and I didn't expect something like that to happen so in such a short time, so it was quite amazing actually.
Hello. My feeling was that I was asking questions and making up the answers. So I don't really know if that's what's happening. I mean, or if I was getting answers and I just knew them already.
Yeah, that happens a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right, got another mic to go. Oh, you got another one to talk. Yeah.
I tried to communicate with my mother, who passed away when I was very, very young, a young child. And once again, similar, I sort of felt like I might have been filling in the gaps somewhat myself, but whenever I've tried to do that before, I've always drawn a complete blank. So this wasn't a complete blank. It was all like her and her family were all together. On the lighter side, I have a friend who's very left-brained and very particular, and I sent him a message. He's just bought a new property, and I said he better put some numbers, better figure out what number his house is and put the number on the gate. He's quite compulsive too, so it may be that I could go back and he'll say, oh, we've just been putting the numbers on the gate.
Okay. Okay. So that's a pretty good one in the back. Yeah.
My phone went off in my pocket when we were doing one of the meditations, and so it was a perfect opportunity for the meditation that came after when the phone call took place to connect with that person. What do you want? What is it you want? And the guy who's a bit of a gruff type of a chat said, just shut up and call me. Just what are you mucking around for? Give me a bell when you can. And so, like, that was quite a sort of timid sort of thing to respond to. So whether or not that.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's good. There've been that's pretty good selection. I think it's typical that sometimes we get real strong emotional connections. Sometimes we don't know whether we're making up the answers or not. That's all, part of the way it works. And we have to be, particularly if we're having that heart-to-heart talk with somebody, there's somebody that we really need to communicate with, particularly if it's difficult to communicate with them because maybe there's a lot of stress between you and that person, or a lot of, that when you actually try to talk physically, it ends up in a bad place rather than a good place, that sort of thing. Or there's issues that need to be discussed. In those kind of cases, you have to be very careful not to manipulate. It's not that you are trying to convince them to be or do or think a certain way, but that you're being empathetic with them. You're maybe helping them see a bigger picture or something like that. So you have to be careful when you're communicating with people that you're not imposing on them. You're not telling them what they need to do or how they need to do it, because that will tend to backfire. They'll tend to do the opposite. They'll feel pushed. And when people feel pushed, they usually go the opposite direction. So you need to see it from their perspective and work with their perspective, whatever it is. Not tell them, oh, that's wrong, you really shouldn't be doing that. Even if it's obvious that that's the truth, you don't say that. So let's say you're talking to a child of yours that's been abusing drugs. You don't go in and say, that's really a bad thing to do, and here's why. That won't work. That'll make it worse. You go in with, and I love you, and I'm sorry you're having this pain, and here are some of the choices that you have. and maybe some of where those choices go, that sort of thing. And often that will have dramatic results if you can do that, particularly in those situations where a face-to-face probably wouldn't work well. You know, you can use this technique to communicate with people. And the people do get it. They do hear it. Hopefully you'll find from the friends you talk to as to whether or not they got it or not. But even if they don't get it to their intellect, they may not be able to talk to you about it or remember it, but they do get it in any case. You will leave a message, and they will receive that message. And it doesn't really matter what they're doing. You're not talking to their intellect, you're talking to them at the being level. Okay? It's not their intellect, so you're not going to get their intellectual response back. The response back you get will be a feeling response. An emotional response is what you'll get back. Sometimes you'll get back actual speech, but many times that's not what you get. You get a feeling response back. So empathy is important, but very important when you talk with other people. What you're doing is you're putting kind of ideas in their mind in a sense. That's why you have to be careful that you're not manipulating them. They hear you as their own intuition. They don't hear necessarily that somebody else is talking to me. It just comes up as an idea in their own mind, which makes it then even a more powerful conversation, because the ideas are just kind of planted there, and they see it as, I thought of this myself, you see. So you have an ethical issue here, obviously, if you're going to do this with others. There's a big ethical issue that, you know, planting a suggestion, if you will, or an idea or thoughts in somebody else's mind. You have to do this very carefully and with love and with caring for the other person, and not use it for manipulation. But they will get it. And whether they ever gets up into their intellect, maybe, maybe not. But if you're in a clear space and you're focused, they will get your message. We're connected, and the message will be delivered. And if you have this kind of conversation often, you will see that it does make a difference to people. Even if all you do is just tell them you love them and give them a hug and make them feel better, you'll see that that medicine over a week will make a big difference in the way they feel about things. Make them feel a lot lighter, a lot less self-focused. So that's kind of some experience with contact. Now, we had one person that said that, you know, it felt like he was talking to himself. That's kind of typical, particularly with people who live out of their heads and tend to be left-brained, will often feel that way. The best thing you can do with that is try not to judge what you get. Don't force the conversation. It's not that you want a conversation, so if nothing comes, then you kind of push on it. Just let it be there, and you may get nothing. That's okay. Nothing is an acceptable answer. And you don't push it. Yes, Lake here had that. He got basically nothing. He said it just nothing came through. But he listened, and he was open, and nothing came his way. Well, part of that happens maybe because there just was nothing. Maybe that's it, you know, there was nothing that came to him. But another part is people who tend to be left-brained have a way to say this. They have a problem. They get into a logical dilemma. The logical dilemma is that they can't go there if it isn't rational. They just can't go there if it isn't rational because they're rational people. They don't want to do things that are irrational. They don't want to do things that are silly. They don't want to do things that don't make sense. So if it's not rational, I can't go there. Okay? So they feel a certain amount of fear there that's really the fear of being irrational, the fear of doing something foolish, the fear of making something up and then believing it, you see. That's what confused people do. They make things up and then they believe it. And when you're a real rational left-brain person, that's the last place you want to go. That's your salvation, is that you don't go there. The fact that you're rational, that's what makes you you. That's what keeps you healthy. That's what keeps you, on top of your game, is that you're not going to fall for stuff that isn't right. So when you feel that way and you open yourself up for a voice or a communication, you're stuck. Because if you actually hear something, then something irrational just happened and you have to deal with it. And you don't know, of course, did I just make that up? Because if you just made it up, then it's still rational. Oh, I just talked to myself, so that's not a problem. Actually, hearing a voice becomes problematical because it puts you in this dilemma of doing something irrational. And a lot of times people get in that, it's like they can't do it, because if they did, they wouldn't know how to deal with it, because now they'd be faced to this, do I believe it or what?
Yeah, but I do want to hear it.
Yeah, you'd like to participate, but nothing happens. And when people at the Monroe Institute, this happens a lot with people, and they call it that the people would click out. Left brain people would have this issue where they'd start the exercise and they're being led, and they get to the point where the exercise is now, communicate, or now you're out of body, go to such a place, and they're with it right up to that point where the thing happens and they lose consciousness, just like that. And then as soon as that's over, they regain consciousness just like that. So they just skip the part that is difficult for them to do. And it's a common experience with people who have grown up depending on their logic and their reason to get them by. And they have a fear about going other places. And they want desperately to go out of body. That's why they're there. They've paid $2,500 to experience going out of body at the Monroe Institute. And every time they get to that spot, they disappear and then they come back. You see, it's a problem. Just work with it. The more you work with it, you'll get a breakthrough. Things will start to happen, and it'll work. But you're not alone in that. It's a very, very typical issue with those who are logical processing is their thing.
That's a pretty common problem for me in meditation. So I started meditating now in the morning when I finish sleeping all night, thinking I won't fall asleep. But as soon as things start happening, I'm up.
Right.
And I recover, I'm refreshed, but what happened? I have no idea.
Yeah.
Maybe because I'm trying to separate it. I'm trying to separate the mind, the ego, the intellect, the feelings. Perhaps I shouldn't be doing that, but I can't stop myself from doing that.
Yes, it is that you're trying to separate it. You want to know for sure that it's real. You see, that's the logical dilemma. If you hear a voice, how do you know you're not just making it up? Well, there's no way to know. Well, if there's no way to know, then you can't determine whether it's a rational thing or whether it's a silly thing, whether you're just kind of misleading yourself. You can't mislead yourself, because that, in your way of being, is just the worst thing that you could possibly do. So you see, you're stuck in this loop, but you can't get through, because you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't. You see, if you don't have any experience, then it's like, oh man, I'd really like to have this experience. But if you do have the experience, you can't justify it as a rational experience, which is a little scary. You see, so that's a dilemma. And the right brain people, of course, don't relate to that. They never have that issue. They're gone, they get it, it comes, it's not a problem. Those that have won their spurs and gotten through life because of that rational component has kept them functioned and focused and whatever, they have a real hard time with not separating. You want to separate what's not you from what's you. And you see, it's impossible to separate it. You don't know. You won't know. You won't know until you've done it enough times that then you can decide, is it useful or not, not is it real or not. But as long as is it real or not is a real hard question, then it's hard to get over that. You have to let the is it real or not go and say, for whatever it is, I'm just going to experience it. It might not be real. It might be real. I'll figure that out later. But for now, I just want to do it and experience it. And then if you start the experience and you say, oh, I'm just making it all up. Well, that's a judgment. You've probably made it too soon. But say, well, okay, if I'm just making it up, let's go with it. Let's see what I can make up, you see? Accept that. So let's see how interesting, how good am I at making this stuff up? Am I really going to tell an interesting story or what? And if you just accept whatever happens, let it be you, if it's you. Instead of, well, if it's me, then that's foolish. I'm being a fool here if I'm talking to myself and I think that's somebody else. That's a fear. And you have to just let that fear go and let it be however it is. Evaluate it later. And later doesn't mean like 30 seconds later. It means later, like 30 days later, after you've been doing it, and then evaluate it. Yes, you do have to get to the point where you evaluate it. That's an important step, but not right away before you have any information of which to evaluate it with. You see? So that's the catch-22. That's between a rock and a hard place. You have no information to evaluate it, yet you want to have the experience, but you can't evaluate it. Therefore, you don't know whether it's nonsense or not. Therefore, you can't have the experience because you don't know if it's real. But you'd really like to have the experience. You say, and you just kind of bounce around in that place, and eventually the stress gets so bad that you click out, you disappear, and then you come back and you miss the whole thing. So, yeah, you and thousands of other people who are very left-brained have that same experience, but they can get over it if they just relax and say, it's okay if I'm talking to myself. That's not a problem. We'll just see how that goes. I'll see how clever I am, and let it go.
When I started this a number of years ago, back in 1995, I took legal pad paper, yellow legal pad, and started writing it all down, and I wouldn't look at it. And sometimes I wouldn't look at it for a year or two, and then I would go back and I was amazed at what the information actually was. And then when I started doing this for other people, it was a lot easier because the information would come in and it wasn't mine and I would give it away. But I still, to this day, will write things down after having conversations with the LCS or even someone close to me, and not look at it for a year or two and then go back to it. And it's really remarkable. But for me, when it's for me, I get frightened. When it's for other people, I don't have any fear around it.
Right. When it's for you, you question it. You've got a stake in it. You see, you're no longer detached. That's the difference. You need to be detached. You're not detached from your need to know that it's real. You need to detach from that. So it's a common problem. Yeah, that's a good idea if you can just write and then come back to it later. But in any case,
Bins filled with yellow legal pads.
yeah. So it's a common problem, but you'll get over it if you just keep working at it. All right, so that was making contact. We did not just talk to some random IUOC out there because you really haven't had time to work on your affirmation yet. I didn't want to push anybody into that without giving them a chance to think about that affirmation and decide really what it is they want and what they don't want, and clearly put that into words. Now, when I say clearly, you have to be careful with what you think. Your intent changes things. If you've got an intent that can be interpreted 2 or 3 ways, that's not a good intent. There's no guarantee that the system will interpret it the way you do. And you'll think, yeah, but I didn't mean, this. And so you have to really spend a little time on that intent of what you want and what you don't, that you don't filter out too much, but at the same time, enough that makes you feel easy and not anxious about what you let in. Okay. Good. Okay. Next. Well, before I leave that communications, hopefully you have some. Well, wait a minute. Let me back up again. Anybody just have questions about it? Not experiences that they share, but just questions about doing it. Yes.
So I like to analyse things to pieces, and doing the talk to the dead people. I wanted to speak to my mother who's just recently passed. And I asked her what was her purpose here. And then I just felt this unbelievable, like shower of love. And then I started questioning that because that wasn't what I felt my experience was with her here. So, did I just imagine that?
Probably not. Because if that's not what you expected, then that's not likely what you would have imagined.
It was not
You
the
see?
answer.
Yeah.
It was not the answer I would
Right.
anticipated or expected.
Yeah.
I left it to open.
Yeah, and that's a good sign that it was indeed from outside of you. You know, I said with experience, you'll learn the difference between what's outside and inside. When you get things that are just not what you'd expect at all. You know, if you had to make something up, you wouldn't have made that up, you know. It's that kind of a thing. So when you get that, then that's a sign that it's coming from outside of you. And that indeed is what you got. Now, the fact that now you start to analyze it, you see, well, that's just your intellect and ego jumping into the game, trying to, you know, trying to make sense of it. For a lot of these things, you don't make sense of it, you just experience it. Often, the message from the experience won't occur till later. It may be, you know, hours or days later before that all works itself in and you actually get the whole message. So it's not a matter of intellectually getting a message as it is having an experience that has content in it, information in it. And the experience itself is the message. Not, you know, can't expect necessarily an intellectual discussion. The experience is the message. It's the metaphor. Okay? It's the symbol. And it's not just that, but over the hours afterwards and the days afterwards, you'll probably revisit that and re-feel that probably several times over the next couple of days, because now that you've experienced it, you can open to it very easily. And you can explore that. You see, often the experience we get is just a teaser, like a film, like the film teasers, you know, that they put out, just a little blink of where we can go, like the pink rabbit and the flower. You see, it's just there. But now you have to be proactive and explore it and see where else it'll take you. So now you've come into something that's important to you, that you've connected in a way that you perhaps didn't expect.
Yeah.
It's probably worth exploring and seeing where that takes you. It may take you to an unexpected place. So these things are all connected, yes.
When I had the heart-to-heart, I chose my sister, and I couldn't see her, but I could feel a strong red. It's been quite difficult between her and I. I saw a strong red, and then it went to yellow, and then it went to this much more peaceful green, and I imagined I might say this or this or this, but when you said it's not your agenda, but what's going on, I felt like I just followed the flow of it, and it came down to quite a restful kind of, quite delightful green colour. I guess my question is that okay? I couldn't see her face, I kind of sort of felt her, but the colour I felt very connected, engaged with the colour.
The communication is often in the feeling, not in the visual. It doesn't really matter that you don't see a picture. It's the feeling. And see, we get the information and we can interpret that information in any way. The interpretation is yours. So if you get some sort of information, for you to turn that into colors and a certain quality and feeling that each color had, that was running you through this connection. Started off kind of bumpy, then went this way, and then finally ended up sweet. That is the process. The fact that you interpret that in terms of color and feeling, that was just your own way of interpreting that information. We will interpret things in ways that suit us. Some things we have a hard time dealing with. And if we have a hard time dealing with things, we'll interpret it in a softer, a little more, in a different way than we would otherwise. So that your interpretation just suited you perfectly, you see, and it does. You will interpret in a way that suits you at the time. If you were to repeat it, it would probably be different. That's why a lot of times it's follow it up. If that was an interesting thing, well, follow it up, because once you've had the experience, you can reconnect. All you have to do is bring that past experience up in your mind, and instantly you're kind of connected to it. And when you're connected to it, see where else it might take you. And it'll change. It'll be different every time because you're different. And most of these shouldn't just be a one-off. Oh, I had this experience, and that's done. I'll go do something else. Often you have an experience. It's something for you to connect to. It's something for you to be proactive in your connection and let it work out in its own way. It can work out in color, it can work out in feeling, it can work out in an emotive way, just this feeling, and it can surround you or it can be out there. All of that just has to be, how's it best for you to get the message? See? So you got the message as this overwhelming feeling all around you. And that's the way you interpreted that message, because that was the nature of the connection you had. It wasn't a connection in this spot or in that spot or otherwise. It was just a massive connection all over at the core. So that's what you got. With your sister, you connected a little differently. Kind of started where it was, and then you saw the potential of where it was going and where it could go, and you could start and end, and it ended nice. And that's a very...
She's an artist, so maybe colour is a way of...
Sure. Color can be a way of communicating. But see, the color was a metaphor. The color is a symbol. It's a metaphor. And sometimes after you've had an experience, you have to think about, what is that? What's the metaphor mean? It's like dreams. Dreams are in terms of metaphors. So it's very much, the same sort of thing, that you have an experience, and what really does it mean? What's the metaphor, and how does it connect to you? But then you can go back to it, and the metaphor will grow a little deeper, and that connection will get a little more solid. And then you can explore parts of it. You can explore the bumpy part, and you can explore the sweet part of it. So it's a proactive interaction. It's not for voyeurs. It's not like it's a one-time shot, and I had this, and then forget about it. But follow up on the things that you get. Work with them. And eventually you'll know for sure, that you're actually getting this connection, and it's a real connection.
We have one more question before we break for lunch.
Oh.
Hi, Tom. You may have answered this question, but I just want to kind of understand it for myself. So in terms of, if we think of signals or connectivity, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think in terms of some signals being a little stronger than others, perhaps, right?
Right.
For me, I have very strong emotional connection. It makes me feel like, and maybe that's just my preference and the way that they get my attention, is that I listen to my feelings more, perhaps. So maybe it doesn't mean that that's necessarily a stronger connection. But I just wonder, and there are times when if I connect, I don't have the strong feelings, or I just have a sense of color or sound or whatever. And I don't want to get hung up on the feelings. I understand that, but I'm just curious, is one connection, when the feelings are attached, somehow to me it feels stronger, the connection.
Mm-hmm. Well, you probably are a very feeling-centered person. That's probably how you interpret your reality, is through feelings. You have feelings about things, and that, if that's a primary mode of the way you are and the way you see your reality, then you would expect stronger connections that way. And that's just a mode you work in. You know, other people would work in different kinds of modes. Some people who aren't sure what their feelings are and don't even know if they ever had any, they'll work in clearly an intellectual mode. It'll be conversation rather than feelings. So that's personal for you. But for you, then, the stronger feelings probably are stronger connections for you, but it's not necessarily true for everybody. And a connection can be more or less emotional. All connections aren't emotional, you see. You might connect with somebody that you have this deep relationship with, and that may be very emotional, but you may also connect with somebody that you don't know. You don't have any emotional connection there, and maybe the issues aren't really emotional issues, and then you'll get it another way, and it's not that that isn't deep or just as important. It just means that it's not an emotional connection, because though emotional connections are maybe your style, that's not what you're limited to. You've got other things. You connect in other ways as well. So I wouldn't discount it if it's not emotional. It's just different. Let everything be the same. There's very little value in comparisons. Of this one's more and this one's less. Mostly they're all just different, and treat them all as different. But emotional connections, feeling connections are the way a lot of this will come to people, in a feeling sense, not in an intellectual or language sense. So that's another, it's just another avenue. People who are not used to dealing with their feelings, mostly left-brainers who don't deal a whole lot with their feelings, they have a hard time with that. They kind of need language connection rather than a feeling connection. But with time, that opens up, and you get the feeling. And then when that opens up, typically you get more feeling connections, really, than you get language connections. And then it's more of just a knowing. You don't have to have words. You don't need language. You just know. Because all these communications are telepathic. Right? They're all telepathic. They're not language-based. You get, with telepathy, you get a whole paragraph or a whole chapter all at once. You get like a download. You can get the whole chunk. You don't get it in a stream, like from a teletype, where you get a little bit and then a little bit more and a little bit more and a little bit more, and now finally you get the whole thing and you can think about it. It hardly ever works like that. Telepathy is chunk, a whole paragraph. And then you can process that, and then you get another whole paragraph. So you have to kind of shift your gears. It's not like reading a series of words. It's like getting a download that you get all at once. That's difficult for left-brainers too, because they like process. They like this to be attached to that, to be attached to the thing before that. And if it just suddenly they get it, then they kind of don't trust it, because it just popped into their head, then they must have just made it up, you see. That's another thing. So it's a telepathic connection. And telepathy isn't linear. It's very non-linear. Okay, we're going to go on to healing and then remote viewing, and then I want to get to some more Q&A. There's questions out there that need answering. And when we have a panel later on, there'll be Q&A for not just with me, but with other people who have other slants and other ways that they've come to similar understandings. There's lots of ways to get here. There's lots of ways to grow up. There's only one truth, but there's thousands and thousands of valid ways to express that truth. And it's good to have different expressions of truth, because some of you will resonate with one expression and not another. So it's wonderful to have dozens of expressions of truth so that you can find the ones you resonate with. So that's what we'll have, some of our Q&A. And I'll be a part of that Q&A too. So you can ask me questions, you can ask them questions. And that's what's coming, and I don't want to short that any. So let's do, the next one's going to be healing, and then we're going to do some remote viewing. Healing, little bit of preparation for that. It's the intent that matters, not the tools. I'm going to tell you some tools, but these tools are obviously not sacred. They're just things I'm making up. You should make up your own tools. Do it in your own way, the way that feels right to you. The metaphors that mean things to you. So we'll do the standard, some of the standard things, but don't be limited by the things that I tell you. Do what feels right. If shining a white light on something to get rid of it just doesn't ring your bell, you may have a little fairy wand and you may want to sprinkle fairy dust on it, which makes it go away. And if that's something that suits you, then do that. You see, do your own. Okay, you had homework, which was to bring some names of persons who need healing. And first, I'm going to do, let's say we get several of those to practice on. So if anybody who has a name, just like Susie Q, a name, first name and an initial, they want to give them to me because you think they particularly need healing, and we're going to do that as a group. But this needs to be the person that you actually know what's wrong with them, because then we're going to later ask you to explain really what it was. We're going to do diagnosing as well as healing, so we want to know if we get the diagnosis right. So somebody who has that, raise your hands, and we got a lot of them. That's a problem.
Take Lake as the first one. He had one that he asked me about yesterday.
Okay, and what's the name?
The name is Linda H.
Okay.
Y. Linda H with a Y. Okay.
H with a Y?
Linda is spelled with a Y.
Oh, I see.
You notice he did exactly what you told him. Linda H. and Y.
Yeah. Okay. Linda H, that's one. We have another one.
Yeah, Kim H.
Kim H.
Kim H.
Okay. And a third. I don't know. You got a mic. I guess that allows you to talk.
L.
Louis?
Yeah, L-O-U-I-S. L.
Okay. We have three. That'll be three to start with. And what we're going to do is first diagnose what is wrong with these three people. We're going to take them one at a time. And the diagnosis works like this. You use your imagination to make a kind of a gingerbread cookie. Here's a head, and there's a couple arms, and a body, and a leg here, and a leg here, something like that. We're not looking for high-res photos. That's too much trouble, and people get hung up on the clarity of the picture. Just something that looks sort of humanoid, roughly. That'll do. Okay? And then when you have that image, you have to have an intent that this image, this humanoid image, represents the body of Linda H. That's an intent. Now you've just told the system that your intent is to make that association. Okay? When you say that, the system knows who Linda H. is, because there's somebody here who knows who Linda H. is. You see, so it's not just any Linda H., but it's the Linda H. that was brought up to us with a problem, with a health problem that needs healing. It's that Linda H.
Wait a minute, stop. I'm sorry. I can't hear you. Check your mic.
Did I run out of something?
No, it says it's green.
Yeah. Maybe a plug is
Come loose.
come loose back there. Jack, now then what about this plug? It's tight. Technical difficulties. Hello, do you hear me now?
No.
We'll give it just a few seconds. Will you go ahead and work on it, and I'm going to go ahead and talk, and maybe we'll miss a little bit of it because we have to go on. Okay, it's important that your intent, okay, it's fixed. It's important that your intent is not only, this gingerbread cookie represents the body of Linda H., but it is a particular Linda H., or a particular Mr. X, and it's the one that was brought up here, and it doesn't matter that Linda H. was brought up by Lake. It doesn't, you don't have to name Lake, you just say it's the one that was brought up here for us to heal, that Linda H. So that has to be in your intent. Then your intent says you need to specify the output format of the data. This is a data query. You need to specify the output format. The output format is going to be that in this gingerbread cookie that represents Linda H.'s health body, you don't have to say physical body, but health body. Okay. Everything that's going to be healthy will be white, and everything that's going to be unhealthy will be dark. If it's really, really unhealthy, like fatal or something, it's going to be coal black. If it's just kind of unhealthy but not that serious, like the flu or a cold or something, then it'll be gray or cloudy, but it won't be a dense, solid black. So that way you get variations in health. Okay, so that's another intent. That's the output format that you want your data in. Now your next intent is you're going to look at it and see where the black parts are. This is how you're going to do your diagnosis. Where are the black parts? Are they in this around the head or in this part or arms or the feet or the toes or where? So you just need to generally look at the body. If you have trouble looking at a whole gingerbread cookie and just seeing the whole body all at once, then you can scan it if that helps you. But it's just as easy to see the whole thing. It's just your imagination, right? You're using your imagination because it's helping you set up the intent. Okay. The next thing you want to do when you look, it makes a difference, right and left, whether or not that gingerbread cookie is looking at you or is looking away from you. You see, right and left then switch. So you say, oh, I saw this problem on the right, but you didn't specify whether you were looking at the front or the back, then you'll find that you're wrong half the time, that it was here. I mean, you saw it here, but it's there. You get a right-left symmetry problem. The other thing that's hard, that will give you a symmetry problem, is front and back. Okay, you look at this gingerbread cookie and you see a black spot here. Well, you don't know whether that's here on the front or back here on the back, unless you take that gingerbread cookie and turn it around sideways. Now the front and the back stand out in your field of view, you see. So if you really want to locate this, both depth and right and left, then you need to have an intent to look at the, say, the front as it's looking to you, then its right is your left. If it's looking away from you, then your right's its right. And you need to have the sideways look. So these are the various things your intent is going to have to look at. And after you look at all of that, now you see the black spots. Don't try to see black spots. If you try to see black spots, you're going to get in the way of yourself. Just let the data come. You just look at the gingerbread cookie and you go, oh, I see, there's some dark spots. You just have to let it come to you. Don't try to make it happen. Don't say, no, where are the black spots? I don't see any black spots. Now that's your intellect trying to see black spots. We're not looking for black spots with our intellect. We're looking for black spots at our being level. Drives you crazy, doesn't it? Like, you have to look with your being level. This is really hard. Anyhow, so we're just letting the information come to us. We look and we'll see black spots there. Don't worry, are those the right ones? Am I making it up? Let that go. Just whatever you get it. Okay? Then turn it around sideways. Specify what's front and what's back. And you'll see those spots change. When you turn it around, it's just like you've got a rotating a three-dimensional thing on a computer screen. You'll see those black spots that were like this turn around like that. You see? So don't expect anything in particular. The problem may be a seriously ingrown toenail, right? So don't just look at this and think that's everything. It could be on the scalp. It could be on the hands. It could be anywhere. It could be endemic. If it's endemic, you'll see something that's kind of uniform through the whole person, right?
I know this is going to be hard for you, but can you just try to summarize what you just said in 1 or 2 sentences? We have another person just arrived, so just to tell them what exercise you're starting, so they're not totally lost.
Oh, okay. Well,
Don't have to say everything over again, just.
we are talking about healing, how to use your mind to heal. And I'm giving some well, not really instructions, but some information on how to go about healing somebody with your mind. But my instructions are just, shall we say, suggestions. You need to make up your own metaphors as we go. So that's kind of where we are. I'm talking now about some of the metaphors. So these metaphors of light and black and so on, they're just metaphors, and they're tools. So you can do it entirely differently. I'm just giving you a set that then we can work with, and then eventually you can branch out and make your own tools, do it your own way. So here we're going to change future probability with our intent, and we're using these tools to help focus our intent. So we have all the intentions in a row. We have an intention of Linda H. connected to the one that's here. Then we're going to have the intention of the gingerbread cookie representing the health body. Then we're going to have the intention of the white and black being the output format. They're going to have the intention of orienting the body in such a way that we can tell where these black spots really are, which is front to back and sideways. Okay, so all these intents have to be in your mind all at the same time. So that'll take a little bit of practice. You can't let any of them drop. You got to kind of hold them there. You make one and then that stays, and you make the next one and that stays, so that you're stacking these intents on top of one another and holding them. Okay. So now that is then the diagnosis part. You've located the black spots. Now that's not a necessary part to healing. It is a necessary part to help convince you that what you're doing is real. That's all. You don't have to do diagnosis first. It's just a heal. But since most of you would like to convince yourself that it's actually real and that you can do this, then we do diagnosis because that's very evidential. And you can do this yourself easily. Just talk to people. Talk to a friend. Talk to your parents. Talk to your brother or sister and say, do you know anybody who's ill? And don't tell me who it is if I know them too, but if it's somebody I don't know, somebody where you work and I don't, give me a little something, that identifier that I can identify them with, and then practice and find out, did you get it right or not? I think you'll be surprised to find that in a couple of weeks, a couple of months of practicing this, you get it right more than you don't. And you'll start to learn when does it work and when it doesn't, and what kind of state were you in when it did work, and where was your mind when it didn't. You'll get better at it and better at it. That's the idea. So these are just tools for you to go out and learn on your own to do this. You're not going to learn much from me other than how to get started. Okay, so that's what we do, and then that's the healing. The next thing, that's the diagnosis. The next thing is the healing. Well, you've already set the black things up as the unhealthy things. It's just a metaphor, just a symbol. Now you want to get rid of that black stuff. When you do that, that's another metaphor for getting rid of the illness. See, that's really what we want our intent to be focused on, is getting rid of the illness such that we move the probability of being ill, to a smaller and smaller number, and the probability of being healthy to a bigger number. We're trying to affect future probability. So that's how we're going to go about it. So then you get rid of the black spots however you want. You can shine a bright light white on them that makes them dissipate. You can burn them with a blowtorch. You can cut them out with a knife. You can blow them up with dynamite. You can do anything you want to. Anything, any metaphor that suits you for getting rid of them, that will work. It's usually best to work at a distance rather than go in and grab things with your hand and rip them out, because then if you have fear about touching that disease, you're liable to catch the disease just because you have the fear that if you touch the disease, you're liable to catch it, and now you can end up with a problem. Okay? Even though they're all just metaphors, even though they're all just symbols, those symbols mean things to you. And even at the being level where you are, if there's some connection there, even if it's not up here, you can make yourself sick just because you were careless and you had this little fear lurking down there that you really weren't aware of, and now you've made a connection, and now you've just created problems for yourself. So most people just work at a distance, or they don't have that problem. Then if they do have that fear, it won't matter because they didn't get there. You can do things like take the dark spots, put them in a jar, throw them in the sun. You can bring a sun in and let the sun shine in the black spot till the sun evaporates it. Whatever it is you'd like to do. I'm just running through whole bunches of metaphors in your minds, but be creative. Make it yours, and it'll work better if it's yours. All right, so that's the healing. Those are the metaphors. That's what you're doing. All of it is just really modifying your intent and focusing that intent and keeping it focused. So as you do this, let everything else go. Stop thinking about where you're going next or anything else. Just let it go out of your mind. Just be here now doing this. All right, so we're going to heal these three, the whole group. Now, when group heals, it's additive. If there's 30 of us that all have an intent to heal this person, then it's all 30 added together. So there's more power in numbers. Okay, so we'll do this, and then we'll maybe, depending on the time, we'll practice maybe some more on this, on different people. Well, all right, let's get this one started. We're going to work first on Linda H. So the name is Linda H. is who we're going to heal. The Linda H. That is up for healing here. So go ahead and close your eyes and focus your intent. And I'm not going to lead you through it. I'm going to let you just go through these steps that I've told you on your own, by yourself. I'm going to give you about 3 or 4 minutes to do it. So do it quickly. Don't labor over them. If you're laboring over it, you don't need to. It's your intent. Just make it happen. Use your imagination. Okay. Go ahead and begin. You take a little while to finish up. The next half minute or so, come back, and when you're done, open your eyes. Okay, we're now going to move on to the second one. When you get to that point where you're making the black stuff disappear with your intent, make that area just as bright and white or whatever other color comes to mind. If your colors, it could be a light green, it could be different colors can do different things. Just let your intuition lead you as to what to do with it. So you can use color, make it bright, and have an intent that it stay that way. Not only that you make it that way, but that it stay that way. Okay, the second individual will be Kim H. So using what you just learned, diagnose and heal Kim H. Okay, now take the next minute to wind that up, to finish. And when you're done, open your eyes. Okay, we're going to go on to the last. And if you're getting bogged down in process and you think like you need more time, just skip your process. Just do the things you need to do them quickly and go on. We have this idea that the harder we work at it, the more effective we are. That works here in the physical reality, but that's not necessarily true in this larger conscious system. So you can move through it rather quickly. It's the intent focused on the outcome that's key. All right, the last one is Lewis L. So diagnose and then heal, Lewis L. You will finish up your work on Lewis L. And when you're done, open your eyes. Okay, now let's get the let's get the truth on the diagnosis. Linda H. What was Linda H.'s problems?
She was diagnosed with a brain tumor. She's had it for 20 years. It's benign. But they kept coming back. They cut it out a few times. I think the proper diagnosis is mesothelioma. Where's Robin? Am I saying that right? Robin's not.
Stepped out from.
Yeah. But she's beginning to lose some of her cognitive functions and some hearing and things like that.
Okay. So,
Does she have any problems with her legs?
No.
Okay, so the cognitive function that
It was the hearing. I'm thinking.
okay, so hearing.
Hearing and getting anxious and angry.
Okay, so it would have been up here, would have what you would have seen, that area. Okay, and Kim H.
Ovarian cysts.
Wait a second, so we can hear you.
Okay,
Ovarian cysts.
okay, so that would have been to one side or the other, or both?
Both.
Both, okay. Lower abdomen. And for Lewis L.?
Lewis L. Is my brother-in-law. He's a quadriplegic from a ski accident, and he has a C3 fracture, just here in the spine, and suffers a lot of secondary symptoms, and is in constant pain, even in spite of painkillers.
Yeah. Okay, so that would have been maybe more systemic. MS is a thing that affects the whole body. So you may have seen that with some places maybe a little darker, lighter than others, but it would have been a lot of darkness kind of spread all over, particularly in the muscle tissue. Okay, so those are the truths. Now we did that quickly, and again, that's purposefully so that you don't get wadded up in process. You can do this very quickly. Hopefully you were not coming from the intellect. You weren't thinking about it, but you were coming out of the being level. Hopefully you had empathy and connection to these people. Before you worked with them, connect with them. Establish that empathetic connection of them as people, and that you're trying to help them with their healing. So it is a personal thing to do. It's not just you're using your tent to do this like a doctor, maybe with a scalpel. You are connecting to these people in a personal way and using your intent to help affect their health. So if you had that kind of an attitude, then indeed it will help. That energy will go to them. All right, so that's some healing. I'd like to get some discussion, and we're going to do one more because each of you came with a name that we won't pass up the opportunity then for you to work on that individual, that you came with their name. And if you've already put your name up on the board, then you can get the name of somebody who sits next to you or whatever, so you can work on their person if you like. But first I want to open it up for questions, because this is kind of a learning thing. So did you have problems or issues or difficulties, or you couldn't get the gingerbread man to come up, or anybody have any issues with it or any questions?
I don't have any issues, but when we did Lewis L, I got intense pain all around down here through the whole thing. So what would that be?
Well, that would be you using your own body as the canvas to write on. Rather than seeing it, you felt it. Okay, that's not nearly as comfortable as seeing it, I'm sure. So you might want to work on that, but you probably have a tendency to internalize things, to connect. And
Hold on a clear sentinel.
yeah.
You've been told what?
I'm a clear sentinel, so, and they feel with that.
Yeah.
Because of that?
Yes, see? So that would be your tendency, to be that kind of relate to people through feeling. And that's why you would feel it rather than see it. But when we're talking about pain, it would maybe easier to see it, more comfortable to see it rather than feel it. So it's something you could work to shifting your metaphor. But that's, people tend to have metaphors that mean something to them, you see. So that's a good metaphor for you, but that is a hard way to diagnose, is have to feel the pain rather than see the places. So I think if I were you, I'd try to shift that metaphor to the seeing rather than the feeling. But that's what, yes, you were getting the data, but you were getting it in a feeling sense.
So
And
can I follow up with that? So you could feel it, then could you heal it?
It was too painful.
It was too painful to heal.
I finished.
And
Yeah.
then Tom's right, you need a different technique.
Yeah.
I was thinking if it worked and you could heal the person, then it was still a good metaphor. But
yeah, but when you feel it, it's hard to go on with the rest of the process because you're very distracted with the pain. Yes.
You're saying you can heal it in your own body if you feel it. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying you can, but using your body as the canvas to write on and to paint on is probably not a good idea. You see, it's not a good way to start. Now, people do that. See, there are healers that do that sort of thing. They take the illness onto themselves, but that's a belief. That's a belief that that's the only way you can heal things. You have to take it from somebody else and take it on and then get rid of it from yourself. It's not a good approach. And other approaches that don't have that obvious problem work just as well, if not better. It's just a different set of tools. So we want to use tools that are not only work, but that don't, leave another problem. You don't want to use tools that hurt. You don't want to use tools that, put your own health at risk. You want to use tools that work really well, and taking on another disease is just a poor choice of tools. Not that it doesn't work, it'll work, but why do that if something else works just as well, you see, if not better? So there's no reason to feel the pain because then that's kind of interferes with your process. Okay, any more questions?
So, yeah, I found that really an interesting exercise. I was able to follow the intents and everything that you suggested, and I was able to see the black spots quite distinctly on each of them as distinct people, and I had conversations with them, and I felt what they felt a little bit. So there was some feeling stuff behind the healing. It seems though in each case I was just making up a story. So I sort of went with whatever first came and put it down and stuff. And it seems like in each case, so I was on a different focus. So is that just needing to keep practicing and not really get caught up on whether we're right? Or, you know what I mean? I'm just going to feel like, wow, it came so easily and here it was and I wrote it all down and then it appears to just be stories.
Well, by that you mean that the black spots you saw weren't in the right spots for what the ailments were. Yeah. Yes, I'd say just keep on with it and practice. There could be two reasons for that. One, the most obvious reason is that, you just got it wrong. Like you're saying, you're making up a story. That's one reason. But that's not necessarily the only reason, and probably in your case, probably not the reason. In your case, you tend to be, a feeling-centered person, and it probably doesn't matter to you. Now I'm talking about at your being level. Your intellect may be following along with gingerbread men and Stotts and so on, but at the being level, it probably just doesn't matter to you very much about where the darn spot is.
And my first question to each of them just came naturally. Was, do you want to heal, and is it okay if we talk about it? And
right. So when
two of the three, I felt quite strong resistance. On the other one, I didn't. I felt like, yes, I really want to give up what this gives me and move on. So.
Okay. So the first problem may have just been that you didn't care at the being level really where the spot was. That wasn't that important to you. Okay, here's a spot, and then I'll work on it. It was the healing that was more important, so you didn't really take the location of the spot too seriously. That would be my guess. People are like that. Even though, okay, here's the program, we're going to look where the spots are, But inside, you really just don't care so much about that. So you skip that part and you just make a spot so that you can heal it. You see, that's probably what was going on rather than you just made up a story. Well, with a little bit of practice, you get better at doing diagnosis and so on. But so that's probably what happened. Now, when you ask the permission, you got two that were kind of like this. Well, that could be for a couple of reasons. It could be that that illness is on their path. That's part of where they're going, and they don't need you butting into that. Or it could be that when you gave them that question, they really didn't know you, weren't sure where you were coming from or who you were, and it was that, not because they didn't want to be healed, but because you weren't familiar. Okay. That would be more the case if these people had a fairly good level of awareness of what's going on kind of in the bigger picture. You might get that. Okay. So, other questions?
You're next.
So I'd be quite interested to hear for those three people what everyone in the room thought, because I got a different diagnosis, but I felt that it could be somehow related. So yeah, just maybe for feedback.
Okay, how many people pretty much got on Linda H, found it, hit it right? Okay, well, that's a fair number. How many of them just really obviously got it wrong? Yeah, fewer, but a fair number. Okay, what about Kim H? How many got that right? Yeah, about the same numbers. And how many obviously got that wrong? Yeah, same. And what about Lewis L? Who got it right? Yeah. Wow. Lewis L must have been pretty obvious. Everybody got him right. How about Lewis L just obviously got that wrong? Just a few. So you see, they're all different people, right? How many didn't get any of them right? Okay.
Well, I got them reversed. I got Kim H and Lewis L in reverse fashion. The diffuse pattern for Kim H, which I suppose refers to the pain, and on both sides, I think it was some sort of tumor, ovarian tumor.
Yeah.
I got those two switched around.
Yeah, that happens sometimes. That's an odd symmetry that happens. I think it may have to do with not having a real precise intent to the target. I find that in remote viewing a lot. I'll do remote viewing and I'll do 4 different targets, and there's always somebody who says, I got all 4 of them right, but not in the right order. It's a common thing, to do that, to get them out of order. And I'm not sure why that happens, but I think it has to do with the preciseness of the intent. If you say, let's say instead of, that particular Kim H, you hear me say, okay, now you're going to heal Kim H, and your intent is, okay, I will. You see, that's not really specific. Your intent then is not specific. And then it could be like any of them, I'll heal any of them on there. So if you don't really say that Kim H that's on, whatever, and if you're not that specific, and a lot of people aren't because it's not that natural for us to do that. We'll say, you heal Kim H, okay, and then you go do it. You see, well, now you weren't specific about that, so it's a random draw. But you were specific. You were in your mind specific about healing somebody whose name was on the board. You see, but maybe not Kim H. So I think that's probably why things get jumbled like that, is we just aren't as clear. We know kind of what we mean in our intellect, but if we don't really put that intent out there, then the query to the database and doesn't come back right. So that's probably what the issue was.
I learned this in your workshop in Costa Mesa. I had all my papers stacked on top of themselves, all of the people, and I would get everything on top of one sheet. So I learned to take a separate sheet for each person, write the name down at the top, second sheet, don't put them all together. and
Yeah.
have them separate. So you literally define, this is Linda H.,
Yeah.
this is Kim.
Right. So it's just a muddled intent is what causes that problem.
Tom, what about things that aren't strictly anatomical in nature, referring to psycho-emotional or energy blocks, as they're called in certain modalities? Things that aren't necessarily physical as can be measured.
Well, you're not really limiting it to a physical thing. When you say what the problem is, I'd like to see it as dark, then you might see something as dark, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you're limiting it to something physical. So if there is an issue, if the issue is entirely, let's say, psychosomatic, if it's psychosomatic, which means the issue really belongs with their intent, you probably get something up and around the head. That doesn't mean it's physical to the head, it just means that's where the problem is. If it was some other kind of thing, like an energy block someplace, and you think in terms of energy blocks, if energy block is something that's part of your metaphors when it's talking to people, then you could even lay that image out as meridians and acupuncture points, and you'd actually get that. It's this acupuncture point. That's where the problem is, you see. It'll give you whatever form you want the data in. So it depends on your intent being really clear. If you'd like it in terms of acupuncture points, as well as other things, then have that intention, and you can get it that way. Some people do, like if they're looking at health, you can do graphs. You can have a graph, and you can say, okay, here's health on this axis, and here's time on that axis. I'm going to look and see how the health is going to change as a function of time. And now I'll work on them with my intent and see how that changes. Or you can do a prognosis over time. You can get graphs. I had a lady at TMI who was a professional statistician. And when I told her that you can get any output you want, she immediately started to get statistical analysis of, what she'd think. And she'd do this, and she'd also get little numbers with it. That would be, what's the probability of this and that with numbers? And she was delighted. She was just thrilled because that's the way she saw the world. And she was just so delighted with herself that she could actually get the system to speak with her in a language that she well understood, that would give her a lot more specificity with what she was getting. So she got charts and graphs and numbers, and it all came out in mathematical precision. And it worked for her. It worked really, really well. And that was a better tool for her, you see, than just simple things that, the statistics wouldn't mean much to most of us. But to her, it was the perfect tool. That's why you make your own tools. But yes, you're an acupuncturist. You can ask for, along the meridians or where the acupuncture or this. You can ask in those terms, and you'll get it in those terms. So you can do it two ways. You can say, well, I just want to see what organs are affected. Then I want to see where would be the optimal pathways and things to work with that from a different perspective. You'll get that too. So it's all available, but you have to be precise in how you define the data format that you get it in. It can work in any format that you can imagine. So you can graphs, tools, numbers, colors, anything you'd like. But you got to be specific.
Wait.
Kim H was an ovarian.
Yeah, they were.
Okay, I had an interesting thing happen there. Firstly, it was like floating down a tube, and I was thinking fallopian tube, and I didn't like that, and so I went back to the diagram thing with the black and white spots and that, and it kept coming up as like I was gravitating towards female private parts, and the feeling I had was I was trespassing, and so I didn't want to go any further.
Well, you obviously got the illness right, but then you were uncomfortable with it.
Yeah.
So that discomfort is your own. I doubt that it was theirs. It's probably your own.
I would say, yeah.
Yeah.
It was more just clarifying, like that, being a male and, you know, getting involved in specifically female problems was uncomfortable for me, and I wondered if that was something that's come up for other people. That was the main thrust of my question.
Okay, anybody else have that? No?
Could you make it a number? Could you give the person a number if we were doing this again, so we wouldn't know that it was a female or a male? Is there a way to do that?
Yeah, you could do that. Sure, it could be a number. It could be anything. It could be X, Y, and Z.
Yeah.
As long as there's somebody in here, see? The reason Linda H. works is because the key is through Lake. He knows who that was, and he knows what that issue was. So it's, if he put up there X, and the next one was Y, and the last one was Z, then X would have been the identity of that person, and it would work just as well. All you need is an address that's unique. It doesn't have to be a name. Yeah, the names sometimes are telling, right?
And that would take that away, so
Yeah.
he would not be uncomfortable.
Well, depends on what he saw. If he still saw fallopian tubes, he says, "Oh, fallopian tubes, no, no, no." Yeah, can't look, you know. So that just depends. That may not fix that at all.
Is it me? Okay. With me, it happens often that instead of seeing the organ that has a problem, I see the part of the person that has caused this problem. So I wanted to know.
Yes, that's good. Going to causes is fine. It's actually probably a better way to do it if you can do that. That's probably a little more advanced to look at the causes than it is to look at the problems. But if you don't fix the cause, then it'll just be put back. The cause will regenerate the problem. Yeah. So that's a good way to do it. Mostly a cause, though, is a little more abstract for most people. And I would expect that most of the people here would do better looking at problems rather than causes of problems, just because that's an easier thing to do. And then once you learn and start getting more precise and you get the confidence that what you're seeing is what's there, because that's what you see when we tell the truth. You know, when I say the truth, you know, when we say what it was, what you're going to get from a physician who told that person what was wrong with them is that it's your liver's the problem. They're not going to have a cause either. Most physicians don't deal with causes, they deal with symptoms. So in order to understand that you're actually doing something and it's real, better to work with you know, the liver. Let that be it. Causes are a little too abstract at this point. And then once you understand it, we can do more.
Not that I chose to do it that way. It just was natural, and it started, and it is still like that. If I look, I mean, for example, with the person, with Louise L., what I noticed was that her heart is pushed towards her underarm and towards here, which is not necessarily physically the heart is moved, but it means that there has been a lot of pressure, and it is a lot of pressure and stress on the heart, which is feelings, and you know, the function of the heart is not as good with disturbing feelings and stressful feelings. And I didn't choose it that way, it just happens with me.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, I think what most of us would do would be try to, if we get them right, then we feel, you know, that's positive feedback. We go, oh good, I got that right. And then that'll make it easier for you to do it the next time and get it right. And we want to build that up until you have the confidence that, wow, I'm really having an effect here. I'm able to use my mind to heal myself and others. And at that point, we can tend to get a little more specialized. But see, you just ended up there because that's really what you need to do is work on sources of the problem. But that's further down the road for most of us. But it is where you want to go, because otherwise you'll heal and it'll go away and the symptom will disappear and then it'll come back. And then you'll do it again, it'll go away, and then the symptom will come back. And that's how you know you're not really healing the problem, you're healing the symptom of the problem, and that you need to do something else. So that's how you find that. You intuit immediately to the problem. Yes, we have another question up here.
Where? I lost my job.
You quit.
Sorry about that.
Tom, I feel quite confident to say that I am quite capable to heal myself physically. I struggled with any of these. I just couldn't get the picture and work on it. Which way do I have to work to get better at healing others rather than myself?
I'd say you just have to practice at it till you get comfortable with it. Often the issues we have that block it will just kind of go away with practice. So that's probably the first thing to try. But use the same techniques on others that you use on yourself. See if you can't do that. If it works fine with you, then you should do kind of the same thing with them. But I think it's just practice. That's it for everybody. We're just giving you a couple initial tools so that you can go practice with them. Yes.
I was able to diagnose Linda H. and Lewis L., but I got absolutely nothing from Kim H. What would that be? Just nothing is there.
Yeah, that happens, particularly in the beginning. And why does that happen? I don't know. It could be that. How did you do on Linda?
Good.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you did good with Linda and good with Lewis, but you didn't get the one in between. It's like,
Maybe I have an idea on that. I think because with Kim H, the cause and the problem are the same thing or very related. So maybe if you don't see the cause, then you wouldn't see the problem.
you don't see the what?
I don't see the cause. I don't
Oh.
sense anything. I tried to send energy to. I was sending energy to Kim. I was able to focus on Linda and Lewis and pick up for them, but there was nothing at all. It was like blank.
Yeah. I don't know why you got a blank there, but people have different experiences, so I'd say just keep working at it, and maybe there'll be certain people that'll just blank for you, and that just be the way it is. I don't know why that would be, but I know it's very variable with people. So just keep working and practicing, and maybe there was some connection there that somehow just didn't work, or maybe your mind was still on one of the others, and you weren't quite ready to move on yet, and you were kind of stuck back in the other one, so you got kind of a slow start, and then you weren't quite sure what you were doing, and maybe you felt a little late or rushed or hurried, so it could have been something like that, just part of the process of doing it kind of got in the way. But this process that we're using now, of course, is very artificial. When you actually do your healing, you're not going to be doing them in 2 or 3 minutes and one after the other, and it's a very artificial process here. So it could have been just the process got in your way, would be my best guess.
I had a really interesting experience with Lewis L, where I thought maybe what I'd done was mixed up Linda H and Louis L, because with Louis all I felt was just a head and nothing below it, but then with your description
That
it really fitted someone who was paralysed below the neck. So, but what I ended up doing was sort of just focusing on his head, and it made me wonder if we're all I find the whole looking at the gingerbread thing, it wasn't easy for me to do that, to separate myself and look at something, I sort of felt these things more in my body and got colours and things like that. But I thought maybe with all of us focusing on this one person, we're all picking up on slightly different things because we're all different beings. So we're all
True.
maybe I picked up on something that he needed in his head healed and couldn't sense anything below.
Yes, exactly.
Right.
That's the case. That's why we don't take it too seriously, you see, in the sense of, well, I didn't get it right. Well, maybe you did get it right, you just don't know that you got it right. So we keep working at it, and with experience, we'll know more. And absolutely, gingerbread cookie is not for everybody. That's actually more of a left brain process, you see, than a right. A right process tends to feel, tends to connect in other ways. They don't really see pictures so much as they feel their way around. So yeah, work in your own mode that works best for you. And the thing you need then is just practice. Practice. It's not that hard to find people who are ill and to find people that you know that'll tell you about other people that are ill. Just be sure that your intents are precise as you go, and it'll work fine. And in a couple of months, you could do this 30, 40, 50 times, just with a little bit of effort. And see, it doesn't take long. I only gave you like 2 to 3 minutes apiece for these. And once you practice a little bit, you can do it in half that time. So it really is something you can do quite often as far as the diagnosing goes. You can eventually get to where you do it in 10, 15 seconds. You can do the diagnosing. So practice and the experience will focus you to what works for you. And that's really where we want to go. I just want to give you tools so you can go off and work on your own, but please don't feel connected to these tools, because these tools may not fit you. Get your own tools and let your own experience tell you what works and what doesn't.
Tom, with Louis, with his severed spinal cord, was it?
Sorry?
A severed spinal cord?
No, it's not severed.
If it were, if the spinal cord were in fact severed, is that something we can look at healing, or are we looking at healing his ability to cope with something that wouldn't require, I guess, what we call a miracle to fix?
Yeah, if it was a severed spinal cord, let's say it was newly severed in an accident or something like that, you might try to heal that because there's still a lot of uncertainty around it. But if this is something that's, that he's lived with for some time, then healing that, the probability that there's uncertainty that might just spontaneously heal is close to zero. You see, because those nerve endings there have all died off and gone. It's been a long time. So at that point, the probability is too high. You're not going to change that. So then what you could do would be to help his attitude, to help him dealing with that. And then that would have been a kind of a head thing. Or if there were particular symptoms, sometime when you have MS, there's pain involved in it. You get pain in a muscle, or pain in the legs, and arms and legs will jerk and move, and you could help with symptomatic things that went with it.
Tom.
Yes.
What I noticed listening to everyone is that you're really trying for us to think about others. Like this is really important for us to try to get away from our egocentrism, and I think that's very valuable. Know that we're not always thinking and worrying about us and about our business or our wives or this or that. I think it's important that we try to go beyond our normal egocentrism and our own selfishness. And I think that's the most valuable part, at least at the beginning, is this thing, that going out of your all this pettiness, or constant pettiness and selfishness that we're used to in this culture.
That's true, and that's kind of the underlying value. A lot of the underlying value in the healing is that you're only going to be successful at it if you really care. if you really are empathetic, if you really can connect with people, if it's just something you do in your head, it's not going to be very effective. So this is a training not only to be able to help somebody with their health, but to be able to grow up and focus on other people. It's a good other people focusing exercise. And doing this will actually help you grow up. So this is one of those paranormal things that's got this hidden thing underneath of it that as you practice it, you grow up. If you never practice it, then you don't get that benefit. So that's true. It's the same with the out-of-body. The out-of-body is a big problem if you have a lot of fear. So if you get good at it and you can get around in it, well, how do you do that? You got to get rid of that fear, you see. So there's this underlying subcontext that is helping you grow up. It's not necessary. You can grow up other ways, but that's part of the process. Well said.
Yeah, just with what that's Joseph, isn't it? Joseph was saying about Louis. My intent for the exercise was definitely the secondary effects because he had his accident some 5 years ago. So it's mainly the secondary stuff now. But also, the way I understand it with a spinal cord has the consistency of toothpaste. So I'm not sure if a severed spinal cord is something of a misnomer. I don't know how that works, but it's not interesting.
Well, the spinal cord, yeah, of course you get the spine that are the bones, and the cord runs up through the middle, and the nerves themselves are, not real tough, but they don't regenerate usually. So if there's a little gap, you got a break, well, they can regenerate. But if you've got a gap that's that's an inch thick, an inch wide, the idea that they're going to come out of there and connect is low probability. But strange things do happen. But they usually don't happen 2 years after the event. If they're going to happen, those strange things happen right then, right after the injury. So, yeah, that would have been a tough probability trying to heal that. But the system generally knows you're healing that individual, and maybe you get black spots around the head because that's really the part that you're going to need to work on because it's attitudinal, it's feeling. But also people with MS, their muscles will twitch. They'll get spasms and cramps and things in their legs and their arms. And the doctors will go in and actually cut those tendons just to relieve that twitching and pain of those muscles bunching up. So there are other issues that go along with MS other than just you're paralyzed.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Because it is a complete sever, the way I understand it is that's what causes the secondary issues where there's still sensation and so on.
Yeah.
Goes through the nerves, but it's experienced more as pain than anything else.
Okay. Any other questions about the healing?
I just want to share something which is extremely important, if you don't mind.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, when I was unexperienced but very passionate about my aunt to help her heal her knee because she had a bad knee, she couldn't sit down and she was painful with her left knee and all that. Although I knew the story of an Austrian lady an Austrian priest who tried to help a person on wheelchair and lost his own ability to walk because he insisted on that. I knew that story, but still I forgot it totally. And I knew my aunt wouldn't sit for a second session for healing. I knew it would be her only session with me and my children. At the time, my children were my assistants. I mean, they were little and their innocent energies and healing passion, everything was beautiful. Anyway, when we sat with my aunt down she sat on a chair and we sat on the floor to give her a healing, I was told by the universe that my aunt should come for a second session. They could do the healing to half of what is needed, but she had to participate in a second session for the rest of it. And in my heart and passion to help her, I said, no, there is no second session. There wouldn't be a second session. She wouldn't come. Please give her all the healing. And we did. She got up and walked, and she was completely healthy, and I lost my left knee's health ever since. So be very careful with what you do, please.
Yeah, that's true. Okay. We're going to do some remote viewing, and this will go pretty quickly. It won't take as long, and I think we're just about running out of time before we get to a major Q&A with the panel. So, isn't that right, boss? Okay. Okay. We're going to do some remote viewing into the future, remote viewing into the past. Remote viewing is really gathering data from the database. So when you remote view into the future, you're actually looking at future probability. Okay? When you remote view into the past, you're looking at just the historic record. So we're going to do all of those, and it's usually pretty quick. The first one is going to be into the future. I'm going to give you, not very long, less than a minute to notice, about a minute, to notice what it is I'm going to draw on this board. Now, I've already decided what it is I'm going to draw, and I've even written it down here. So it's a pretty high probability that's what I'm doing. I'm not likely to change my mind between now and then. So your idea, while I erase this board, is to see what comes into your mind. See me making lines on the board. You can see me making, but don't try to force any of those lines. Just see me doing it and see what I do and see what it looks like. So that's your first remote viewing, is into the future. So go ahead and start that. And I won't do it yet. I'll tell you when I do. I'm just going to erase these. Okay, if you were going to get it, you probably got it by now. And if you tried to look and just see, well, what did the board look like after it was done? That would have worked. Or watched me actually do it, that would have worked. Or if you just said, what is it going to look like? And then you got some sort of picture, some kind of sense of it. Well, usually just clear geometric shapes or directions are the easiest thing to see. And what I'm going to draw on the board is arrows pointing upward. Now, if you got any sense of upward or look up or it's up there, any of those kinds of things, that would have been the right answer. Because an arrow pointing upward also has the idea of look that way. So you may have just gotten look up, and that would have been the arrows pointing up. Okay, so that's the first one. Anybody get it right?
I've got an airplane.
An airplane, see? Aeroplane, yes, arrow. You got an arrow.
I got pine trees.
Pine trees, that's it. You got it. If you got pine trees, that's it, you see. You get an image and you interpret it, right? You interpret it as pine trees, but that's what you'd get. So quite a few people got that. A ladder, climbing up. Yeah. Anything associated with up or things sticking up would have been
I just see lines with no arrows.
lines. Okay, well, that's... So a lot of people got that, see? Now you just remote viewed into the future. Just see what that can do for you, right? Next. Okay. Okay, let's do another future one. That was so good. We'll do another one in the future. I'm going to erase this. Take a look and see what it is I'm going to write on here next. Okay. You've probably gotten it if you're going to get it. This one's colored in. A little hard to do that with this thing. That. Concentric circles with the one in the middle covered in. Now you could have gotten a tunnel. You could have gotten a wheel on a car.
I got a sun or a ball.
You could have gotten a ball, a sun. Yes.
I got that for the first one.
Yeah.
Well done. Yeah. Very similar for the very first one.
Yeah. Huh? You got that for the first one. Yeah. You see? Again, I think that, see, I have these written down here. I have them written down, and my intention was to do these for a long time. So if you say, I want to see, the thing that Tom's going to put on the board, well, that's not specific. You're liable to get either one of them. See? It's in a specific intent. All right, that's good. Now, okay, we're going to do one in the past. Okay, we're going to do one in the past, and for me to do the one in the past, okay, I'm going to, here it is. I'm going to step around here and do it. And then when I'm done, you can watch me do it in the present if you want. We'll do present and past. Okay? I'm going to draw a picture. All right. I've drawn a picture. So that's in the past now. What's that picture look like?
I couldn't see you and read your mind.
All right.
A house.
Should we turn it around? Has everybody done as much as they're going to do about it, with it? Critter of some sort. A stick horse. Something your third grader might do when he was in school. Did you get the box? Yeah.
I saw a box, but I saw a grave.
You saw what?
The coffin.
Oh, a coffin.
Because you said past.
The word passed. Yeah. Okay. So you see, now if we just look at what we've done here today, I'm just kind of introducing you to the things that you can do with consciousness. And what we found is for every one of these, there's been at least, oh, I don't know, I guess it's about a third to a quarter of the people at least have gotten every one of them. Not all the same third quarter for the different ones. Some people got some and missed others. But this is just, you know, a group of us who sit here to just work this, and about a third of the people got every one of the healings and the remote viewings. So that tells you that something's going on, that we really can gather this information. And my hope was just to entice you enough with this so that you really can go find out for yourself. That's the idea. Okay, I'm going to have 2 more that we're going to do for remote viewing. They won't take very long. This is going to be a hard one. This is a historic one. In my hotel room, I'm in actually a little apartment, I left something unusual on my bed when I came here. Tell me what it is.
A wrench.
No guessing. No guessing. Go look at it. See the first thing that comes into your mind. The reason this is hard is because it's not so distinct. It takes a lot more clarity to see this than it does a stick horse or arrows pointing up. See, those are very clear kind of geometric shapes, and they're a lot simpler to get. This would be a little different. Well, in my bedroom, let's say here's the bed in my bedroom. I have a big red balloon here, a great big yellow balloon there. Down here, lying down, is a grater, you know, like a vegetable cheese or something. You push the stuff down, all the little holes in it, and it cuts it up. There's a grater sitting down there. And I thought it made kind of a little happy face. So that's what that bed looks like. All right, and the last one is going to be historical. It's going to be historical. See if you can pick stuff out of the database. So this data is old. This historical data goes back some years. Richard Feynman, okay, was a very famous quantum mechanics theorist. He's now deceased, been deceased for some time. He played a musical instrument. What was it? What did he play? What musical instrument did he play? Now, when you get that data, when did he die and of what? At what age? On what day? Do a health scan to diagnose the problem. See, that's a way to remote view as well. Do your health scan. It's just another metaphor for collecting the data. Okay, Richard Feynman. Instrument he played, when did he die, of what, and at what age? Okay, well, Richard Feynman played the bongo drums. And if you saw something like this and this, that's what he played. He actually was quite famous for that. He would go up and join groups. He was out to a nightclub or something and bring his bongo drums with him, and he'd go out and play with the band. So that would have been some kind of a structure that kind of looked like that. Circles. Or maybe you would have heard drumming going on in your mind. Okay, he was born in 1918. He died Monday night in Los Angeles of abdominal cancer. So if you did a little health scan, you would have seen something right there in the middle to get that. He was 69 years old, and he died on February the 17th, 1988. So, did anybody get any of that right? Did you? What'd you get?
I got cancer, but that was kind of general.
Cancer.
Cancer.
She got Monday.
Got what?
69, he said.
Ah. Okay, age 69 was gotten. Yeah, things like getting an age, that's harder. See, that last one was really hard, trying to pick that information out because it was very specific, not general like things pointing up or pine trees or whatever. It was that's harder information to get. But with practice, you can get those kinds of things. So that was a difficult one. The one in the motel room was probably the hardest one. And
I got the round orangey yellowy thing, but
Did you?
I didn't think it was a balloon.
Yeah, well, you might not. That's your interpretation, right? Yeah. A balloon wouldn't be something you'd likely interpret, because what's that doing in a hotel room? Yeah. All right, so that's the remote viewing. That takes us basically to the end of my presentation. I wanted you to have the idea, when I say, okay, go experience the larger consciousness system, how can I do that? This is now a little bit of a way that you can begin to experience that. And yes, this will help you grow up if you let it. Even the remote viewing, because in order to do the remote viewing, you have to know how to quiet your mind. You have to know how to pay attention to your intuition. You need to be able to relax and open yourself up and be skeptical. So there's a lot of good things you learn in the process of doing this, as long as you don't take it or yourself too seriously. That's an important part of it. But it has some things that you can learn in the process just by doing this. And you can help people by helping them feel better and heal. And you can solve problems by communicating to them at an intuitive level. They hear it as your intuition, as long as you're careful not to manipulate, not to lead them, but to help them. See, if you're manipulating them, it's all about you, right? You're having them be the way you want them to be. Well, then that's counterproductive. It's got to be about them. What's good for them, and how can you help them make decisions? Not making it for them, but just put them in an environment where they can make the decisions to help themselves. That's really what you want to do. So that's an intro to how you can find out for yourself. And I would say that anybody that practices any of these things for several months, and you practice it, say, daily or every other day or just often, will get good at it. You'll get better and better. In 6 months, you should be fairly good. You should be getting like 75, 80% on your targets, on your healing. And you should start getting a sense that your healing is actually helping people and working. Now that's got to just be statistics. You heal one person and they happen to get better, that doesn't mean you healed them. They may have gotten better anyway. You got to do this again and again and again to where you get the trend, you get the sense of it. If it just happens that when you start working on somebody they get better, and it happens like that 10 or 15 or 20 times in a row, there's a good chance that you're having an effect there, particularly when the prognosis was to go the opposite direction. So it's something that you need to work at consistently enough to where after a while you say, geez, this stuff really works. Intent really does modify future probability. Mind really does affect body. Reality is larger and bigger and more interesting than I thought. And it helps you come to that not as a theory and not as an idea or a belief, but comes to that because you have personally done it and experienced it, and that makes all the difference in the world, as opposed to you hearing somebody talk about it. So that's why I suggest you try these things, work on them, learn from them, grow up because of them, and learn for yourself whether or not this reality is just this physical thing that our culture would lead us to believe, or something much bigger than that. And once you realize that it's bigger than that, at a point where you no longer question that, it's knowledge now, it's not a belief, then you begin to grow up even faster, because then you start seeing the bigger picture. Start seeing how everything fits into it, and you're a part of it, and you're interactive with it. So that's really what I'd like to leave you with today. It's where I would hope that you would go. Not that you believe anything that I tell you, but go try it and find out. That's the point. That's the point. Well, that's it. I think after this, we're going to have a Q&A with some other people beside myself, and we can ask any of us any of the questions that you'd like.
Okay, guys, I'm not sure how well this is going to work, but we're going to give it a go. I'm going to introduce these people on the panel in front of you from left to right. That is that left. New Zealand left. Starting with Marla. Marla is a transformational psychic medium and a life coach who has worked extensively with law enforcement in the US, pro bono, to solve murder cases. She's the author of an upcoming book about her life and how she's come to be doing what she does. It isn't published yet, it's not even titled yet, but we have been very fortunate enough to read it. It is a wonderful read, so be on the lookout for that. That is Marla Fries, everyone. Next, obviously, we have Tom. No introduction needed. We know who he is. And now, Robin. I'm going to read yours. Robin is an Auckland medical doctor and author who has integrated MBT concepts into his life and medical practice. His writings and philosophies mirror Tom's with the same conclusions from different lives. Two of his books, The Human Antenna and The Human Hologram, have won science prizes in the US. And he has terrible writing. Dr. Robin Carey, thank you. Next we have Dr. Homa Hirantna. She is an MA PhD specializing in holistic, with a W, bioenergy medicine, clinical hypnosis, and various methods of mind and body therapies, traditional, tribal, and spiritual training. She is a seer, a poet, and author, and a lifelong seeker of the unlearned knowledge of Persian alchemy, energy transformation. Her passion for people from all walks of life and their well-being has always been the focus of her life. And finding a sustainable solution to the challenge of living in health and harmony with nature has been her mission. Dr. Homa Hirantna. And last but no means least, we are very fortunate to have Makwini Ruth Tai, who has been called a Maori language scholar, but she prefers the term Reo scholar. She presents Reo Communications, which explores the science of Rao. Rao, I'm getting that right? Okay. Rich Earth Oratory. In the process, she helps people remember who they really are and their true capacity. She says it is time to reclaim our Aroha birthright. Aroha, love in action. Ladies and gentlemen, Makwini Ruth Tai. So we have a very distinguished panel. Who would like the first question, and to whom?
Hi, folks. Thanks for doing this. Robin, this is for you. I've spent 19 years advocating and navigating the Canadian medical system. I am one of those chaps that worship at the feet of science, and I have to tell you, I've never been more disappointed in the medical profession as I have after 19 years. Now, I know
you all meant well, but I'm not sure where the intent is. But I took dead aim at doctors on the first song of my album in Do No Harm Delusion, because I think the medical profession, and not you, don't take it personally, is really living a delusional life. They claim they don't do harm. They don't even know that they're causing harm. How can you say you're not, I mean, you live by the motto. So I guess my question for you, Robin, I've seen what you have done and you're doing a great job, but how do you do it, and were you dissatisfied yourself, and why you break away from them and took this approach?
I don't think I broke away. In 1981, 2 weeks after I went into general practice, I decided to do acupuncture. I was really distressed by the number of people walking around with very heavily medicated. I'd spent 6 years in hospital, and I was treating trauma and serious illness in there, so I could understand it there. But it was an eye-opener to me to see how many people were being medicated. So I started to do acupuncture, and I started to learn it, and in the 80s became quite involved in the whole philosophy of acupuncture, which is basically this is the science of relationships, either within the body, between organs, and between us and the environment. And well, I decided that, and I learned a bit about acupuncture, and I decided that when you put an acupuncture needle into somebody, it acted as an antenna for the outside world. So basically, it allowed that person to be in harmony if we created a harmonious space with the outside. And it became apparent to me that is how we are healthy, when we're in harmony, in coherence, as Tom may say, with the world around us, when we're feeling spontaneous. And of course, the issue is we can't be that all the time. The problem in the Western world now is that we're in a fight and flight state a lot of the time, which we should only be maybe 5% of the day. So really my focus was that each person that came to see me, I would try to create a sense of peace with them. And it may well be with acupuncture, but often it is just by being welcoming and kind. And I found it was pretty well impossible to accomplish these simple tasks in the 10 minutes and quarter of an hour that we were given. So I totally modified my life. I started to work at home with my wife, extending the times, sitting with people, listening to them, almost listening naively. And then I found that as you listen naively with compassion, with hearts meeting, information comes through from the larger consciousness system, spontaneously through us. And the information that continues. And people may say, well, how do I know I'm getting better? Well, often they feel better straight away. And I'll say to them, well, maybe you're just walking down the street and you start singing or humming, or maybe you'll just start feeling at one. And it may just be fleeting, or it may be that you'll sleep better than you have for years. And I found that this should be the basis of health. And then if you do that, and I'm not anti-pills, but once you start doing that, the prescribing goes right down. You can halve the doses, quarter the doses of things, but it takes time. And sadly, though, it's getting worse in our medical profession. It's becoming more mechanized. It's becoming less personalized. The role of the family doctor, who is the friend of the family, if you like, has become diminished. And we're going to be seeing the end of that. But you know that I would hope that the people will demand it, because ultimately it's not just the doctor's fault, it's the people's demands for instant rewards, in feeling better without going deeper in and finding these far more satisfying, life-affirming parts to health. So I don't know if that answers it. I share that with you, but I also find that that part of my practicing life has been so satisfying that I really encourage all doctors to do that. But unfortunately, it pretty well quarters their income. This is the problem, because listening is is not very well rewarded, unfortunately, out there.
Thanks, Robin. With guys like you, there is hope. You.
So I think this question is for Tom. I'm a practicing Ericksonian hypnotherapist. So in terms of hypnotherapy, it's interesting. Part of what we do is, Milton Erickson was kind of an amazing man, and he created this system by which we distract the conscious mind with sort of nonsensical verbiage to put people in a more relaxed state and kind of put their conscious mind aside so we can heal and what we talk about to the subconscious. In your mind, do you have experience with this? And I just sort of want to hear the Tom Campbell take on hypnotherapy, or what you might think of this. I know it's just a tool, just like everything else, but I'm just wondering about, I guess my interest, I also have a background in neuro-linguistic programming, and the way that we talk to ourselves and the way that we talk to other people. A lot of what I do, I teach a lot of young people, and a lot of what I do is just create peace, like Robin was saying, but also just give them messages that they can do this, that they can learn to read really well, they can learn to love to read, these kinds of things. So the languaging patterns are really important. So I guess that's kind of a lot to throw at you, but and I know they're tools. I'd still like to hear what you had to say about that.
As far as hypnotherapy goes, it is another tool, but it's much as you just described. It's a way of helping the person get out of their own way. You know, and sounds like the therapy that you do is mostly focused at that. Typically, we are our own worst enemy. Typically, it is our ego and our fear that is creating most of our problems and our beliefs. And you just can't sit down with somebody and say, you know, it's your fear and your beliefs that are creating the problem, because that just doesn't help. You have to let them come to that so that they can let them go themselves. You can't twist anybody's arm to get them to let go of their fear and belief. And a way to do that is to kind of take them outside of themselves, if you will. If you can get them just to get a step away from all of that fear and belief so that they can just relax for a moment, that helps a lot. And what you were describing about helping people to kind of step outside themselves is what meditation does. So it's really just another form of meditation, if you will, that helps someone step out of the limitations and the lock they kind of have on themselves for a few moments. And if you can get it for a few moments, that gives you a little toehold to get into those moments and plant something positive in there and affirming in there, which then maybe opens the door just a little bit more. And slowly, your patient probably doesn't really even know exactly what's happening or why it's happening. They just slowly start to feel better and more relaxed and easier, and this life starts to get better, and they're not sure why. If they had to ask somebody, if somebody said, well, what did they do to help you? They'd probably say, well, I don't know, maybe nothing. I just felt better after I go there. You know, it's that sort of thing, because you're really helping them get out of their way. They're the ones that are creating the problems for themselves. And if you can just distract that attention to the pain, attention to the problem, they're focused on the, whoa, that's their focus, all their problems. And when your focus narrows down to your problems, now you're starting to be depressed. You're starting to become dysfunctional. You can't see anything other than your problems. And what you're trying to do is just pry that blinders off a little bit, let them see a bigger picture, and suddenly, wow, this feels better. But then, of course, half an hour after they leave, they're right back into their, oh, woe is me, what am I going to do now? And then they come back, but little by little, it lasts longer and longer, and that's what works then. Of course, anything that works is a good therapy. doesn't really matter, how it works or why it works. It just matters that it works. And mostly we're doing the same thing when we help people. We're helping them help themselves by helping them get out of the "oh, woe is me" state that they happen to be in. And they create physical problems for themselves with that negative attitude, because when they have a negative attitude toward outside world, other people, the root of that is a negative attitude toward themselves. That's the root cause. And that negative attitude toward themselves will cause all kinds of illnesses and problems. So it starts, the rot is within, right? It's the problem inside becomes a problem with the outside, and then there's no fixing that. Because, okay, you can rearrange the deck chairs on a Titanic, but it doesn't really fix the problem. So you can convince them that they're happier, that, oh, you've got a lot of opportunities. Look at all the people in your life that care for you, and But if they don't see themselves internally in a different light, then it's not going to stick for very long. So, yes, it's just another tool, and it does work. And there's lots of tools that work. And use the tools that, that bring you success.
Hey Tom, thank you for coming to New Zealand. As you was saying yesterday, there are people from different cultures, religions, always come to you and say that what MBT, how they vibrates with their own religion and culture. And same with me, I've grown up in Sikhism, a Sikh religion, a northern Indian religion. And yesterday you were mentioning about consciousness, about we are consciousness, how can we get out of it? And there is so much, I felt that the value of that in the same way written in our holy book. So it's really, really profound. And other thing, as a poet in Pakistan, his name was Allama Iqbal. And in Iran, he's known as Iqbal Lahori. And in India, he's known as Muhammad Iqbal. And his whole poetry is based on intent, and he calls it khudi, means be yourself or self. So your MBT is exactly just so powerful and so amazing. So my question was not that. So my question is, I read some of the Brian Weiss books, and he does lots of past life regression therapies. And according to you, if we get access to those databases, then we will be making decisions by our intellect, and we won't be growing. So so in one lifetime, our main purpose is to learn and grow. So once we finish and start again, and it starts sort of where we finished and where we grow. And for us, we see you as evolved person, highly grown. After you reached these states, did you feel that, how did you get access to those databases of your past lives? And did you see that how they were, this life is definitely was a step up, and what did you see that, oh, there was the learning even involved in this lifetime from the past lives? If I'm making sense?
Well, there's a few things to mention there. Yes, I have access to that information, and the access has probably grown as time as I have grown. But I don't really find that information to be particularly useful. It's there, and you can go look at it if you want, but I don't really see a good reason to bother most of the time. The one thing that you can maybe get from that past life awareness is just a bigger picture. You're going to get maybe a bigger picture of a deeper sense of your own history. But once you've got that out of it, there's not a lot of the particulars that really matter anymore. What matters is you're here now making choices. Those choices are what's important, not choices that were made before. You just accept that is what it is. whatever happened before, that's what you get to start with. And now you're making choices. And you go forward. Look forward, not backward. So yes, I have that access, and it probably grew as I started with working with Monroe and the out-of-body and getting the meditation down and quieting my mind. And I can get into the databases very easily, but I don't bother unless there's some reason that actually grows you. You know, if it's not on your path to becoming love, then it's not really all that important. So I don't bother with those databases. 10 years ago, maybe 15 years ago, I was curious. You know, there's a sign that says, you know, what is it? Curious minds want to know. Well, I kind of changed that and say, curious egos want to know. So if there's no real value in it, just other than being curious, then there's really no value in it. So I'd say, it's not important.
Sean, I was resistant to that. When I met Brian Weiss in 1997, I didn't have any wheelhouse for past life regressions. I had an attitude about it. I was with him on a boat. Actually, he and his wife, Carol, I was part of a seminar with James von Prague. And I was asking Brian after a couple of glasses of Pinot Noir, oh, really? Really? Does it really happen? I mean, come on. And actually, he regressed me the next day, and I had quite an experience. I had the experience that the LCS wanted me to have so that I would get over the attitude that I had. Come on, what are you talking about? And it was so dramatic that it changed my life. And I continued to see him off and on, not personally being regressed by him, but in a large group. And it's always had merit, but I don't need that anymore. Now that I have that within me and I've integrated it, it's part of my understanding. And that was really helpful to me to get me out of my resistance, so to speak.
Thank you, Roy.
Okay, McQueenie. Sean mentioned just a short while ago about the different cultures. I mean, this is the Cultural Connection Tour, and we have talked about the correlations between MBT and different cultures around the world. Now, you joined us for a late breakfast with Tom and Don and myself when we were down in Rotorua recently. Were you surprised to hear some of the concepts and the stuff that Tom was mentioning about MBT? And can you describe a little bit or talk a little bit about the correlation between what Tom says about MBT and of the Maori cultural beliefs, and specifically maybe Maori language and some of the terms that you use?
Yeah, cool. Well, kia ora everyone. My name is Makwiri, and it is Reo. Reo stands for Rich Earth Oratory, because for me, it is the sounds of nature that call us forth to express who we are. And yes, it was a delight to meet with Tom Wednesday last week. Yeah, Wednesday last week, and to hear. Actually, what I've just finished hearing him say now. In 1990, I had my first experience of hearing about quantum physics when the book Chaos Theory came out, and it blew me away because at last there was a language that was coming that enabled me to express what was hard to express before hearing that language. Because the science of what Tom was speaking about is the science of the language that I know. Here's a nod over here of what she knows, and there's a nod over there or a smile over there, what he knows, what you know. And so that's been a journey for me, and my focus now has come down to the sounds of language. Because what I see in language is that there's been a translation of our language that absolutely nullifies the ability to see the bigger picture of who we are. Yep, and the same for you. And that translation is not our translation. So I just want to put 3 symbols up on the board. Is that okay? Sure. Just to give some more clarity here. Um, I'm going to tell you the sound of this. Oh, I'm going to tell you the sound of this. And you can say it after me. Now, the reason I do that is because if I did that, what might some of you say? Aye. So I'm pattern interrupting. Yeah? So that you get the sound right. Because pronunciation is not that hard. Depends on the symbols that are used. Correct? Yeah. Right. So, plus it sounds like a song. Aoi, aoi. So if we go here, now I can add this, and your pronunciation should be a heap better. So, Maori. Everyone? So just hear that sound. What is it reminding you of? What is it making you think? What is happening there? Something's turning. Transformation. We don't have r, we have Maori. So speak it. Maori. Maori. What does it mean? Today, it's understood as a language of, to mean an identity term. It never was. It has become. And the reason it is because we have labels that tell us who we are. But this is not meant to be an identity term. Because before this became an identity term, which was with the Treaty of Waitangi, we didn't even know it as our identity. When I went to school, this was not, I didn't know this word as an identity. So what is it? Ma is pure. White, it is light. Similar in your languages. Or is actually the sound of the darkness of the invisible. In this case, we also say it is of. Re, vibration, energy. Māori is a state of being, not a state of identity. So that's the work I do that correlates, I think, with the work you do. And I use reo, not Māori language, reo, rich earth oratory, combining with we all know this language. This is our common language. Aoi. This is our common language. How do I know? Every baby knows it. Every baby speaks it from before conception. Before conception, we have a call that we call maioha, and that call speaks to the spirit, the consciousness to say, we are ready to welcome you. And we sound that out. Tihe.
Can I just follow on from what you've been talking about there? And what you've learned, has that been passed down to you from your ancestors in a verbal line?
So the question is it what I've learned passed down to me?
Verbally.
Verbally. There's two parts to that. Yes, in terms of hearing reo. No, in terms of not really understanding this level of translation, because, as I said, the translations we were given in English were not the same as what I'm expressing here. So I know it is my purpose on this planet right now to bring it back into true relationship.
That's very interesting, thank you.
Dr. Homer, how about you? You've been here this weekend. You introduced yourself at the very beginning of the program. What you've heard this weekend, how much correlation does it have in your work? Tell us a little bit about what you see as similarities between My Big Toe and some of the things that you believe.
I can't tell you how close is what Tom tells you all and talks about to what I know and what I have experienced. 99.9% or even higher. Every word he says, everything he says sits with me very well. I could not agree more. I mean, it is unbelievable that two people from two different sides of the world and, you know, with completely two different life and careers, you know, completely different, come to the same conclusion and to the same result, that everything starts with love, and we all come from love, and we all go back to love. And we yearn for that without knowing, not consciously, but we all deep down yearn to go back to love.
I think this is a question to the women on the panel, but the men may well relate to it too. I'm interested in if you've got a psychic capacity or the ability to be a seer, what do you see when you see us individuals? So if, I don't know if there's an intuitive or psychic capacity in all of you on this panel, but I do want to know what happens when you see people who, just everyday people, and how much do you know what's going on in their lives? So a question to anybody who wants to answer.
Shall I go? You go first. Well, I'll just say that it's a choice to see or not. For me, I've had to turn it on, turn it off. But in this room, are you kidding me? This is like all of you are here because you had the intention to come here out of love, out of curiosity, some form of a deep knowledge inside of you that needed to be validated, a question that you have inside that once answered. That's why we're here. So anytime I see any of you, you radiate not just from your heart, but you radiate from your being. You radiate from your curiosity. There, of course, we all have fears, and there are a few of us in here that have a number of different fears, but I can look at you and see one day that it's softened just by the energetic frequency that's coming off of your body. But it doesn't necessarily mean that I have to see you. I could pick up the phone and call you, and as what Tom was describing this afternoon and having us go through these exercises. I can feel you. I can go someplace to another part of the world. I can go to the nebula and feel stars being born. It's sending our awareness to that place, and it can be a person, a place, or a thing, to feel it. And you have this ability too. Everyone in this room does to a certain degree, and you came here to expand upon it. So it's all there. That's just my experience of that.
I totally agree with everything she said. The point is that when I look at you all, I'm more at sensitive level and energy level. Everyone has a vibration, and more elevated you are, more in tune with your higher self or soul you are, your vibration is higher, and I can sense that, I can feel that. I feel extremely comfortable with all of you, and in these 2 days I've been just calm and relaxed and enjoyed every one of you. It is emotional for me because when I left California 16 years ago, I didn't want to come to New Zealand, but I had to. And when I came here, I was, dumped in Mangere, working with refugees and migrants and all kinds of situations that had nothing to do with, my training and evolving, and in a more spiritual level. So for 16 years, I have been practically isolated. Being here with all of you and being with with Tom and his team is like a blessing for me, because I see all these light beings in all of you, that you are much higher than the average people. And that is so comforting for me, that there are so many people like you here. I mean, it is absolutely beautiful. And I'm sure every one of you are on your path to being evolved more and more and more, because you want it, you seek, you are seekers of the truth, and that is what counts. Thank you.
I don't necessarily see, but I certainly feel, and I sense a lot by just looking around the room. But I then have to discern what it is that I'm sensing. Am I imposing my pattern on that, or am I really picking up that vibration from people? So I know there are times when I'm absolutely on track, and there are other times when my mind's playing havoc, and so I let it go. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Women, she asked.
I know. I was going to say, duh. I was going to do a Homer Simpson moment. Duh. No, I think this is something we've all got, men and women. I think we've been conditioned away from it somewhat. And I would, in most consultations, sense things, but would then discriminate to see whether it was the kind thing to say at the moment, because sometimes it isn't. And sometimes it can empower the person, other times it can disempower the person. So one often has to wait for the right time and share that. And it was like our healing exercises today. I will work with intuitive healers, and to a certain extent as well, but I'll also combine this with what good stuff we've got in the West. We're very good at diagnosing problems. We're just not very good at treating them. Okay, so if somebody comes in and they have found that an intuitive healer, or even themselves, feel they have a tumor in a particular area, it may or may not be accurate enough, and usually you'll need a scan, and somehow the scan will help. But in most cases, they're right. So it's very important we don't dismiss it, but it's also very important that we integrate it, for safety's sake, with what we've got in the West, hopefully with investigations that aren't harmful. And that is a problem, because these investigations are harmful sometimes, or often. So the answer is yes, I think we've got this, and I think it's how we use it. It's a precious human gift that I think we have to use very wisely.
I'm already wired, but what do I see? I see a lot of individuals when I look out at a group like this. And there's different ways of seeing, I guess. You know, you can see clairvoyantly, you can look at energy fields, you can look at health, you can look at spiritual quality attained. All of those is just data from the database, and you can pick that up whether the person's there or if the person is on the other side of the world. It doesn't matter. Location isn't the issue. All that data is available, but that data really isn't interesting in the sense of analyzing data. It's like, who cares? You know, everybody's just who they are, doing the best they can. But what I see that is important and significant isn't in the spectra of something paranormal. It's just that change in this world has to happen one person at a time. Change isn't something that comes from without, it's something that comes from within. All the change has to happen in the individual. We can't change anybody else except ourselves. I see a collection of people who are interested in growth, who are interested in changing themselves. And you see, if one person changes themselves, by change, I mean if they grow up, they become a little closer to love, they understand reality with a little bigger picture, they're going to affect and infect all the people around them, just a little bit. And that's going to be a ripple effect that's going to move out. So I see a room full of people that are the solution instead of are the problem. These are people who want to grow. Yes, they have fear. Yes, they have ego. Yes, they have beliefs. But they're in a process of dealing with all of that. They're in a process of growing. And that is that's the future. That's where we have to go, one person at a time. Has to grow up in their own way, in their own time. And most of the world's really not trying too hard to grow up because they don't know what grow up means. Grow up to what? What do you mean grown up? You know, I'm an adult. They don't see growing up. They don't see change. They don't see that they are their biggest problem, their beliefs, their ego. They don't see that fear is their biggest problem. But see, most of you do. That's why you're here. If you didn't understand that, you wouldn't be here in this room. So you're not done yet, but you're at least started. You're aware. You know where the problems are and what you have to do. And that to me is just very, very encouraging, because each one of you will affect a lot of other people who will affect other people. And in your own struggles to grow up, that will give you wisdom. And that wisdom will rub off on all the people you deal with because you'll help them grow up. So it's people like you that are growing the solution. We just need to plant enough of those seeds around the globe so that everybody else gets infected with that too. So yeah, it's part of a larger process. So I see seeds that are going to scatter to the wind and plant a little bit of love and caring and compassion and interest in seeing big pictures and healing their own wounds. You know, that's going to spread. So that's what I see. It's a very hopeful thing. And the bigger picture of that is that here we have a room of 30, 40 people who've come together to do this. This is all being filmed. It's all going to end up on YouTube. And there will be not 30 or 40 people, but 30 or 40,000 people within 6 months. And then hundreds of thousands of people, within a year. And then eventually millions of people. So you see, it's not just us. As we sit here and talk and we answer your questions and you think about the things that are being said, there's literally, tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of people that will benefit by that. By the question you ask, there'll be 10,000 people who'll go, oh, I get it now. You see, because you asked the question. So we're here not just for ourselves, so to speak, but we are inspiration for thousands of others as this goes out to whoever's interested. And those people, who are those people that are interested? Who are those people that go to that YouTube channel and look at the stuff we make? Well, it's people just like yourselves. It's people who've got an inkling. It's the people who feel like they need to grow up. It's the people who like the idea of becoming love and understand that fear is a problem that they have to deal with. So it's just like this whole class, you see, is redone again when people watch it. And again, and again, and again. So I see this as part of the solution. in the big picture. It all happens one person at a time. It's not a mass thing that everybody suddenly grows up because of something happens. Everybody has to get there on their own in their own way. And we're helping that. We're nudging that process forward. And that's what it takes. You have to start someplace, right? It's like, well, I can't go that way because it's just too big. It's too big a problem. 7.5 billion people, and most of them don't have a clue of why they're struggling and in pain. Well, you have to start someplace. So here we are. And we're all starting, and now we're all part of that solution that's going to go forward. So I see it as a very happy event, a very positive thing that, we're going to change the world eventually.
You are the Cultural Connection Tour.
Yeah.
Right?
Can I do just one thing? I see that in healing. When somebody heals deeply, then many around them heal, particularly like a grandmother will heal the granddaughter will heal the grandmother. Things will become apparent to the person in their 80s. Some trauma that they may want to heal from their childhood. So everybody that heals, everybody you contact, which basically is healing, because once you go out there, you are a healing magnet in some ways. It spreads exponentially out there as well. So, backs up what Tom said.
And I could add another thing. During my trainings and evolvement, I learned that every healing that we do on ourselves to change ourselves goes 7 generations forwards and 7 generations backwards. That means every healing that any of us do on ourselves goes to 14 generations. And if you remember that those diseased ones are in training as well, so they evolve on the other side as well. It is not that because they don't have a body, they don't evolve anymore. So that's extremely important to know that whatever healing we do on ourselves and whatever change we make goes to 14 generations.
How can I better use the reo to help those around in the environment that I'm in to better understand the steps they need to make to help them help themselves?
So, sorry, what was that last part, the depth?
How can I use the reo to help the people in the environment around me, my environment, understand how to help themselves with the reo?
So first I need to...
I only said that, I just want to finish for. I only said that in English because nobody else would understand what I was going to say in Māori. So, he rere. E hi ana au ki te ako me pēhe ki te whai, te wana me te māramatanga, kia rapu i ngā tohu, kia piki te wairua.
Kia whakahira ai. Ai. Kia ora. So her question is, how can she, actually I'm going to help rephrase that a little bit. How can I use reo to actually uplift? Because that's really the essence of it for me. I mean, just that little exercise that we did to initiate that, the R, the O, the E, everybody resonates and resonated with that, am I right? Mm-hmm. Not an assumption? I'm always checking assumptions, by the way, especially mine. So, because that ihi comes through. Ihi is that upliftment. It comes through when we resonate from our heart, from our own heart, what we're trying to portray. So that's really simple, really simple. We have to look for new creative ways of bringing it forth, because it's like I said, we are used to a model that does not exude that. So I play with it. It's like if I put that, if I put this here, immediately you've got a number of sounds to choose from. But when I take it out, you're a bit reliant on me for the sound. Yeah? Yeah, and that's all I do. So I make it so that they succeed straight away. Because there's nothing like success. Yeah? Kei te pai tēnā? Oh, kia ora.
Marla, how has Tom's MBT theory changed the way that you work as a psychic medium? Is there anything you can share with us about some of the work that you have done?
Oh my goodness. Well, I want to go back to the time that this was all happening for me, and I felt really kind of crazy. So, because dead people was not in my wheelhouse. I didn't believe in talking to the dead. So I sought the help from everyone, and it was the remote viewers, the U.S. military remote viewers and Lynn Buchanan that gave me a context for this, because it was the controlled remote viewing of something that I've learned through Tom, where I don't need to do the actual ideogram or the structured way of doing remote viewing, although it is very helpful. We can do it without having to do that. But it was as though those men and women who had dedicated themselves to protecting our country and to protecting it from other forces by some way of seeing differently gave me a perspective that it wasn't about ideology. It wasn't about a particular organized religion that I was, or a belief system that I was getting entrapped in. So it was finding out about the Monroe Institute, finding out about the binaural beats, balancing the brainwave frequency, finding out about my big toe that led me to start studying with Tom, and putting the scientific approach to it in a neutral way, just taking some of the layers off that we put on a lot of this stuff. The fear-based things, the belief systems, that once you remove it and start looking at God as the larger consciousness system, it's great PR for God, because the larger consciousness system consistently gives us what we need without it being in an ideology. So for me, it's been about a bridge, Keith. It's bridging everything and everyone in a cohesion that elevates us. It's about those of us who want to grow up past certain belief systems, past certain dogma, to feel free. Sean, you and I were walking across the street this morning talking about needing to feel free. Could someone give him the microphone, please? Do you remember what you were asking me about freedom? How do we feel? How do we get free? Can you tell everyone what you were saying?
Yeah, I was talking. I started the talk by using the poetry words of the same poet as I mentioned to Tom before. That poet says, "You are getting suffocated by your beliefs. How can you get the fresh air of the higher self or higher consciousness?" And then Mala responded to it like, she said, this is like after experiencing it. So that's the word she used, experiencing it. The if I can use that thing, that the pain that she led through, she had experienced that sort of trauma and all that in that stage, and then she sort of asked the higher consciousness, because she doesn't have any choice for that something, and what she gained was not what she wanted. What she gained was what she needed.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Hi, Tom. This is for you. The same question that was asked to Macready. How do you think Indigenous community can make use of MBT principles and
their philosophy to help them in, as you said earlier, if you can't beat them, join them or have them join you.
Yeah, what I said before was joining them is really a bad idea. You don't want to join them, you want them to join you. In other words, indigenous cultures, just by the nature of indigenous cultures, are land-based. They are nature-based. So we're talking about old cultures, cultures that go way back before there was any kind of industrial revolution, cultures that go back many, many years. And you take that kind of a culture, it's going to be land-based and it's going to be nature-based. And that all by itself defines a bigger picture. These indigenous quote-unquote cultures already have a bigger picture. They live in a bigger picture. They're connected. They're not just individuals out competing with all other individuals to see how much stuff they can get. They're connected to the land, they're connected to each other, they're connected in a way that is the big picture. They're connected in a way that is holistic. Okay? That's what we in Western culture, quote unquote, which is really, industrial revolution culture, that's what we lack more than anything, is a bigger picture, being connected to anything other than ourselves. We're very self-focused. It's all about us, and it's us against everybody else. So it's this individual against the world idea rather than individual connected to everything idea. So where the learning needs to go certainly is not in the indigenous people joining the industrial revolution to also sharing all the stuff, but in the poverty of the the big picture. So I think that we have a lot to learn from people who have big pictures. There's a lot to learn in being connected, and I think a greater understanding of this state of connectedness and what it means, how that changes your life, how that changes your viewpoint, how that changes your reality. You live in a different reality. And as I said before, it's not even just the big picture understanding, but eventually, if the same people live in the same land and in the same nature for a long time, it becomes genetic. It becomes the way they are, not only in understanding, but in genetics as well. So it's not just that they all pass this understanding around, but they are the understanding. It's something that goes very deep. We don't have that in an industrial culture. And because of it, we tend to be very self-destructive because we don't see other as a part of ourself. We don't see the land and the environment as part of us. We see it's just us, and then everything else is not attached to us. It's us, and we're trying to get everything we can get and hang on to it. We're not a part of anything other than maybe a gang that helps us get, what we want, whether that gang is a country or whether it's, some other affiliation we have. So there's where I think a great learning can come by. We can appreciate, if we could appreciate the big picture, the connection, the oneness that people who've lived on the land and in nature for a long time just have. It's in their DNA, it's who they are. If we can appreciate that, as opposed to discounting it, then we would be a big step ahead of the game. So I think these cultures have a lot to offer us if we can understand the base of them. But now the world is moving forward, right? Technology is here. We're not going to go back to nature-based culture and, people attached to the land. That's good that we maintain that as much as we can of what we've got. But that's not going to be the dominant culture, at least anywhere in the near, future. It's in that way. It's going another way. And how it evolves is just how it evolves. So it's not a matter of being attached to the past. We need to bring the past back and have it in the present too. You know, we need to pull the past back and spread it around. That's really not the idea. The idea is to see the value in having the big picture, in respecting the land, in respecting nature, in respecting ourselves, in respecting each other. So there's a thing that we need to be taught that the indigenous people already know. And it's a matter of how do we get there. Because when we can get there, then we can all get there together, you see. Then all of us can kind of share a culture that is big picture. Everybody, indigenous people and post-industrial people and whatever. That's where I hope the information age is going to take us. See, the Industrial Revolution is kind of done. We're now in another whole part of our evolution as a world culture. You know, taking all the cultures and all the people in the world, we're kind of moving to another place. And I think if we really understand the nature of information, that will help us understand the nature of consciousness, which will help us understand the nature of connectedness, which will help us understand love. And if we can make that progression, then it won't be the industrial culture and the indigenous cultures and they just conflict and don't get along. We'll all be able to join a bigger culture with a bigger picture that will have all of those things in it that make the indigenous cultures rich and powerful, actually, in their understanding of the oneness of things. So that's where I hope we're going, and I see it not as them joining us, but of all of us joining together to get something bigger that suits all of us and suits the planet and suits all the critters on the planet, and it's good for everybody. So I see it all evolving to a better place, not a competition between indigenous people who have bigger pictures and Western civilization, which is basically, again, it's industrialized civilization that only has little pictures. That competition is destructive. But it's not just destructive of the indigenous people. They felt the pain and the brunt of that, but it's destructive to the larger. It's destructive to the larger cultures too. It's destructive of both sides. We need to get to a place that's constructive for all sides. It's a win-win-win. And the only way we can get there is if we understand what the Maoris already understand about oneness and about connection, and all the other indigenous people all over the world who live and grown and are genetically connected to nature. So I see that's where we're going. And it would be nice if we had some, it's always easier if you've got an example to look at. Well, we've got examples to look at. There are people who are connected, who have big pictures. Well, we need to take advantage of that example, I think, and realize the advantage in being one with all that is and with each other. And once we get to there, then I think all the rest of the problems solve themselves. Governance, corporations, pollution, all the rest of these problems will just disappear if we can, one person at a time, gain that kind of understanding of a big picture and what it's all about. Then there won't be any indigenous people and other people. There'll just be people, and everybody will have a big picture, and that's kind of the place I'm looking forward to helping us get to. Now, whether that'll happen in my lifetime, probably not, but will that ever happen? Absolutely. We will get there, because that's where evolution's going to take us. Everything else is dysfunctional, and evolution has this nifty way of always progressing and becoming functional. It may backslide a while, but evolution is relentless, and what doesn't work will be thrown out. What does work will go forward, and eventually that's where we're going to be. I'd just like to get there sooner rather than later. Why all the tears and misery and grief that we have to go through in the meantime is mostly all self-generated. So, plant those seeds, get out there and help this world grow up. That's kind of what it's all about. And if you get right down to it, that's what all of us are doing. That's what, all of us up here and all of you out there, that's what we're doing. That's kind of the point. We're planting those seeds. We're helping people see bigger pictures. And that's all part of the solution. And the fact that we're doing that in 100 different ways, in different directions, with different metaphors, is good, because we want to preserve the richness of diversity. I'm not saying we all become one thing with one culture, all thinking the same thoughts. I hope not. That would not be healthy. We need that diversity. We need to have the thousands of ways of looking at reality, because that makes us all richer. We'll become boring and stupid if we all become the same thing. One big monolithic culture is not a good idea. A good idea is that you have lots and lots of individuals doing their own thing in their own way, and that's okay. And we can all learn from that and from each other. That's a much better picture. So that's kind of where I see it going, and how I see that indigenous people, people with big picture ideas in their hearts, in their souls, not just what they learned, at school, but big ideas, big feelings. That's an example to all the rest of us, that there is a better way to do things. Now, it's not to say that all indigenous people are all just full of love and peace and caring, They have the same issues everybody has. They have fears, they have ego, they have the same things that everybody else has. But they do have one step ahead that we haven't figured out yet, and that's at least connecting with their environment, with each other and their immediate family, tribe, whatever. They've got that step, and we haven't gotten that step yet. So even just that step is something that we can learn from. Even if the various tribes do sometimes fight with each other, and at war is part of their culture as well, you see. Well, that's not a part that we'd like to move forward. The war part is the part we'd like to transform into the war on fear, or the war on war. You see, you want to translate that into something else, not to the war on each other. So, yeah, we have a lot to learn from each other. We're not going backwards, though. We're not going to end up with a bunch of people living off the land and getting that kind of a thing anymore. It's not going to happen. Evolution doesn't go backwards. It just keeps rolling on, doing what it does, and we need to adapt. But we need to grow up to adapt wisely. Otherwise, this adaptation is going to take us another millennia before we get there if we don't gain some wisdom someplace. So that's what we're all doing here. That's why you're here too. We're all in the same game together. So may we succeed, and may we succeed as soon as possible.
Amen.
Kia ora, Keith, can I just come in here? I just wanted to add for that, the thing that I'm really mindful about for myself is the labels that I apply to whatever. So the label Indigenous has actually become restricted to, usually brown people, da-da-da-da-da. However, the genus is what unites us in everything, because it is our origin to nature that it speaks about. So today I actually don't use Indigenous, I use nature-inspired. See, now that resonates. I'm always looking for the commonality.
We use First Nation in Canada.
Yeah. Because that commonality, we're all ears, because we resonate. And so when I say nature-inspired, it actually wasn't mine, it was a friend of mine who's first used that, and I went, ooh, that's my word from now on. But, nature inspires us. Now I'm really, I got kicked back to nature about 5 years ago, brought up in that environment. Now I was sharing with Tom and the others, I'm learning cow, I'm learning cat, I'm learning birds, and I'm going, wow, what a conversation. And, it's like I practice, and cats go, meow, and I go, meow. And then they're all ears in. I go, what did I just say? And then I keep trying it, and then the cows turn up and they go, moo. So I go, moo, and then they're all looking at you, you know? So it's like, it's a lot of fun out there, and nature inspires that. But we have a name for her. Her name is Nuku. Nuku. And it's been elongated. Most people go, Papa tu a Nuku. That actually means Papa, the foundation, to the manifest foundation of Nuku. So I go, who's Nuku? What does it mean? Uku is the clay. She is clay woman. However, Nuku means to shift, to change. She's a shapeshifter. She's the biggest shapeshifter that we know. She is shifting at every level all the time, like we are. So that is why I say nature inspired, because as you observe her, you see yourself reflected. We have her potential because she is where we came from. We also came from Rangi, Rangi Nui. Rangi people translate as Sky Father, yes. However, Rangi means song. Today, physicists know that there is sound out there, and we are just one big song. You say, in Māori, we say you sang yourself into being. Ka nohoa I o roto I te aha o te wai. He pauri e te ao, he wai katoa. Kaore he maramatanga, he pauri te ao, he wai katoa. All was darkness, all was stillness. There was no awareness, there was no enlightenment. But Io sat waiting in this realm of the waters, this realm of the consciousness, sat waiting. Tihe.
As a multicultural, from being from the oldest culture in the world and Western culture in the world, and providing services in multiculturalism, I know that many traditional and indigenous people, traditional people, and different cultures around the world had much higher knowledge than today. We have unlearned a lot of our traditional and ancient knowledge. Going back to your question about medicine, over 1,000 years ago, Dr. Sina in Persia had a university who was training doctors, but doctors those days were philosophers, were mathematicians, were psychologists, were medical doctors working with body, mind, emotions, and spirit and soul and everything, every aspect of human being. It was only 600, 700 years ago when Dr. Newton came and said, no, we are only body. You know, so we have lost all that knowledge that we had. Unfortunately, we are now remembering our information.
I wish I could be that poetic, so bless you. The biggest health issues we have, not just our bodily health, but economic, are addictions. And this has come through, I have to classify it through Western culture. And they are destroying our bodies, the addictions. They're destroying our lives, and they're destroying our economies too. The people who have probably suffered the most have been those, and I'll use Indigenous council, nature, the most. They have suffered the most. But we are the ones who have to heal. This is how we will join together, because we will see this as an issue that we will have to mend or we're going to destroy ourselves. And those who have been closer to the land in recent generations will know this deeply. They'll rejoin, they'll heal quicker than us. They will heal us as well. So we are being drawn into coming closer together because of the addictive nature of us now, which is not sustainable. It's not nature, it's the opposite. So I believe that is going to be the coming together through health and well-being.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I think we've probably come to the end of the day. Now, I want to thank the panel here in front of us, McQueenie, Homer, Robin, Tom, and of course Marla. But before you clap, I am going to turn it over to Monica, who wants to say a few words in closing.
E oe, nau te timatanga me te whakamutunga o ngā mea katoa. Mai ranginui kia papatūnuku, tai atu ki te ira tangata. Tukua mai te aio, me te aroha, kia rapua te wana, kia whai oranga mo tātou katoa. Nau rā e oe.
Thank you very much, New Zealand. You did yourselves really proud. We've been really, really happy to be here. Thank you so much.
Thank